Good, numbing. Hello, YouTube. Hope you're all doing well. Happy 2nd anniversary, Honkai Star Rail. Even though I know it's not the exact date of it, this is the anniversary patch, and they've gone all in on it, so here we are. Today's big thing is going to be all the new story stuff, but we're starting off with Amphoreus. Firstly, just to get started with it, yeah, I'm aware of the controversy surrounding Amphoreus as a character and her global passive. No, I don't really care. I have been very interested in Amphoreus as a character since the moment she was introduced. I think the idea of like this butterfly reaper kind of character is just fascinating, and I love her dragon. And her name being a direct reference to the dragon that stole the gold to the Lake of Hell, the story of Amphoreus, is just charming to me as someone who knows a little bit of his mythos. But yeah, I am aware of the controversy, and I thought I'd start there. It's like, I am aware, it is a thing, I'm getting the character anyway, because I like the character. Global passives as a whole are kind of a dangerous step, and I understand, especially for gacha games, where it heavily leans on FOMO, it heavily relies on you going, oh no, I might not get this ability that will allow me to have an advantage in battle, and only this character has it. And if I have it, I don't even have to use the character, I just have it in general. Oh, goodness. I know, I can see the financial sponge that is. I can see the rabbit hole of just getting you to spend more and more money that is. I'm not ignorant to that. I don't care about the meta of Honkai Star Rail personally, which is why I'm not that fussed about this, though. I'm not after the best build, whatever. I just like the characters and like getting them. I also mentioned it before, I think it was the last patch when it was first, like, we'd first learned about it, that I said I don't feel like it's going to be as big a deal as people make it out to be, and I still stand by that. My biggest point for it is that when it kicks in, the global passive, it doesn't revive you per se, it kind of holds you on a lifeline. It makes it so you can take another action, but if you're not healed, after that action, you will just return to being out of battle. So you see where I'm getting at, where it's kind of, it's not as extreme as it could be. I do understand, like I said, the threat that it could open the door to worse later, but I'm going to choose to believe they won't do that. I know Honkai Star Rail has a lot of problems, but I'd like to think that won't be one of them. We'll have to see in time. If this ends up aging poorly, and then we can all have a laugh acknowledging it later on when it gets worse. But we'll see. But as you can see, I have 235 rolls, which for the record, I did not have that many rolls when I signed in this morning. I had a fair number, but this anniversary event, so many things popped off at once. Like, so many things just kind of popped off, and I was like, oh, and here's this, and here's this, and here's that, and here's this. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, thanks. But also, I can actually show this. When you first sign into Honkai Star Rail, like, after this patch, you get a special animation showcasing Amphoreus, because she's the new big character, and her character, I think, is going to be a big deal for the rest of Amphoreus' story. This is what it looks like. Doesn't that look sick? Like, they really want you to be interested and get this character. Additionally as well, you can straight up pick up Ruan Mei for free now. With the new patch, one of the things in the post that you get is like this gold like pickup thing. Actually, I can show it, I think it's in the shop. This. You get one for free, the Golden Companion Spirit, and you can directly trade it for any of the base 5 stars or Lucio or Ruan Mei. Or 2 variable dice, and I'm like, that is such a con. I can't stress enough. Ruan Mei. Get it for Ruan Mei. And I'm going to try and get the, Oh, I can just pick this up. I was going to say try and get this for Ruan Mei as well. I'm pretty sure this is Ruan Mei's one. Yeah, let me just pick that up now quickly. So I can start building Ruan Mei, because Ruan Mei is still one of the best supports in the game. But additionally, you might notice in the Light Cone Redemption, Zeala's is there, Blades is there, Fushuan is there. That's because, if we go back to 5 stars end up being, So I say lost 50/50s. So you can trade out like characters that you really don't want. So like I will never have to suffer Yangxing in my life. I picked Yangxing because I don't like Yangxing at all. I picked Bailu because I already have a good collection of healers, so I have no interest. And I picked Japad because if I have to have one male in the standard banner, it's going to be Welt. I think Welt is far more interesting than Japad, and you know me, I don't really like playing as men. Let me play as the women. Fushuan, I still fully defend. I think is a fantastic support unit. I still have her, so her being on standard is great. Zila was my OG. I love Zila, even though I know she's not the best anymore, unfortunately. And Blady's, like, I don't own him, so I was like, well, of course I'm going to chuck him on. But I digress. Enough yapping. It's 7 minutes into the stream. Let's roll for Cass. I don't know how close I am to the pity, so we'll just see how this goes. Oh, well, at least 10. We'll do this one at a time. Screw it. We got time. Oh, I didn't actually look what the boosted 4 stars are. I wasn't really like... We were staring at that screen for so long. Oh, hey, Mose. It's Paler, Lynx, and Gallagher. Okay. 20. The real question is, are we going to see any of them? Oh, we're just going to get light cones. Oh, hey, Gallagher. Oh, I already have you maxed out, as it's just saying times 20. Gallagher is a fantastic 4-star, though, to be fair. You know, back when the game gave 4 stars. But I still see people use Gallagher to this day. Oh, okay, here we go. And I also don't... I think this is, trying 50/50. I don't think I have the guarantee. I said I really haven't looked in a while. The last character I rolled for was the Herter. So it's been a while, so I don't remember. Hey, Welt. Hey, buddy. I'm not that fussed because I've got a lot of rolls, so I know we'll get her. Hey, Paler. Ah, I have never got 2 5-stars and a 10 pull in any Hoyoverse game. I'll speed this up a little bit. 20. 30. 40. 'Okay, let's not go all the way to 50. Let's not go all the way to 90, yeah? Please. 60. 70. Bro, I was joking. 80. It should be this one because we're in soft pity. There we go. There she is. Oh, and Herter. I was gonna say, 2 5-stars? 2 5-stars? No, never lucky. And then I also need a light cone. Hang on 1 second. Oh. My controller's already starting with the BS. Nice. Oh, hey. And then I am just going to spend the rest. Firstly, let me nab these. I am going to spend the rest to see if I can get Casterus again. It's okay if not, it would just be nice to. Also, I have all like the basic resources to upgrade Casterus, but I haven't really been looking into our artifacts. So I will worry about that like later. Oh my goodness, hey Gallagher. It's really going to make me go to distance for each one, huh? I see how it is. I forgot this is Honkai Star Rail. This is the game where the rolls hate me. This isn't Zenless where the rolls love me. Ah, yes, you want a woman who could never truly hold you. Truly. Hey dude, hope you're doing well. We've got Casterus and her light cone. I'm just trying to see if I can get any extras. And I lost 50-50 to Welt the first time, but thankfully I've got enough rolls to carry me over. I am good. Alright, can we win one 50-50? I know this is Honkai Star Rail, like the game I have the worst luck with my gachas of any Hoyoverse game, but they can throw me a bone once. Oh, hey Fushwan. I mean, that's not bad at all. 2 5-stars? And for those just joining us and go, wait, hang on a minute, you lost 50-50. How did you get Fushwan, another limited? Certain older limited banners, I mean for June July fairs, older banner characters can now be put into the standard banner. You manually choose 7 you want. And so I swapped out some ones I didn't want for ones I did. So Blade, Zeela, and Fushwan can appear in my standard, like, lost 50-50s. It's this here. You can customize it, so I kicked Bailu, Yangjing, and Japard out, and put in Zeela, Blade, and Fushwan. June for Skirk, and July for Fate, yeah. According to early rumors, Saber is Wind Destruction. But that's early rumors, that could absolutely change, because that's still, you know, a couple months ago. No worries, Blade! You gotta do it in the growl melt, yeah. Legit never... I never get a W in this goddamn game with my rolls. I swear to God, I never get a W. Why do I lose every 50-50? Like, I'm still traumatized by fucking Firefly. Bruh. Oh my fuck... Yeah, okay. I was in Blade, Pez. Alrighty, we just have Casterus at 0 then, at least. God damn it. Right, firstly...
Isn't every morsel, every drop predestined?
It's Jeff Maxwell, yeah. It's like weird, like my Genshin luck is always kind of like sort of down the middle. It feels like it's genuinely 50-50 when I win or lose it. With Zenless, it genuinely feels like I win 50-50s. I tend to have like pretty consistent in like winning these, is why I have so many limited 5-stars, because I just do odd rolls and just get characters. Honkai Star Rail is the balancing act though. I feel like I never win 50-50s in this fucking game. But we got her, and that's what matters. Also, her member sprite is the fucking dragon. Anyway, Lily, yeah. And this is my first 5-star Remembrance light cone. Because, you know, I haven't really bothered with them otherwise.
Look, light is coming in.
And yeah, I have seen like the Casterus's final trailer where they kind of imply, I say kind of imply, it's kind of weird, but it's just how the trailer is structured, that Castris has a twin sister.
Look,
Whether that twin sister is alive or not,
in.
God knows. Probably not, knowing the misfortunes of this world. But Cass has a twin sister somewhere, or once had a twin sister.
All things cycle through life and death. The end is also the beginning.
Yeah, dark soul with light! Yeah. Also, like, the light cone artwork? But yeah, this patch is also celebrating the 2nd anniversary of Honkai Star Rail, which is why it's kind of insane how much stuff that they've added with this one for like the actual event sort of thing. But yeah, you have to give me a sec. I've got to go through all of this. So I don't have her artifacts set up because I haven't really been looking into it that much. But I will sort that out probably tonight. And if it wasn't obvious by my like slightly deeper tone, my voice is a little shut. I know it's been kind of on and off for a few weeks now, but I know I've been pushing it. Power adjustments, power crit, yeah. Well, the thing, we know that older characters are getting buffs at some point. We don't know what those buffs entail. It's just that they are. And it's probably why Zila, Blade, and Fu Xuan are on the standard banner now, because it's trying to encourage people to get them, because they're probably going to be some of the characters getting buffs. But I'm curious how they're going to handle the buffs, and the reason why I bring it up is because Zenless Zone Zero just announced its plans for 2.0, and they are also buffing old characters. But they've made it extremely out in the open how they plan to approach the topic of buffing older characters to stop them falling behind. And I think they're doing the way smarter approach, and I hope HSR does a similar thing. For those who don't know, Zenless's 2.0 going forward, their way of buffing old... Blade and Max are on standard. Yeah. Zila, Blade, and Fu Xuan are on standard. But you have to swap them in, because you only pick 7. But yeah, the way Zenless is going to be buffing old characters is that they refuse to just up damage and call it a day. They said in their dev talk they don't want to up anyone's damage. They were designed to do the damage they do and to be the way they are for a reason. They don't want to change that. However, they are up for adding more gameplay mechanics or expanding their movesets to give them more tools and options to make them keep up. So they'll be buffing by just expanding movesets. So if you have a favorite character that's an older character, they're going to get a few new tricks up their sleeve soon. Which I think is just the smarter way of going about it in an action game. I mean, it don't actually just roll standard because you're still just wasting standard. It's if you lose 50-50. Right. Now, I've never really messed with this. When you've got a Mema Sprite, they're added to this mess as well. So I'm just gonna, like, try and go through and, like, level everything up. Yeah, level accommodation. I mean, yeah, I mean, you could probably add more mechanics because, you know, what's a turn-based game other than, like, just way too many mechanics half the time? And I say this as a huge turn-based fan. Maybe not skills, just because Honkai Star Rail's skill sheet isn't the most complicated.
Will last much longer than death.
Also, I don't think I'll be able to get all the upgrades, just because I really don't like fighting the weekly boss for this to get the Auspicious Silver, and I need to do one more round of it, and I just don't like that boss. The not Fu Xuan boss, the Fei Xiao boss. Shadow Fei Xiao.
The traces we leave in this world.
So I do need to do that fight again. Listen, I also need to go through her artifacts because I don't know I know what the artifact set she should be using is, because the game straight up told you before she was even out, because that's part of like the new features of the game that you can do that. I just haven't looked into like what sub-stats she should probably get. Of yourself in full, yeah. Oh, wow, that's funny. I went to this by default. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I have talent. Maybe, and the game's like, yeah, no, upgrade that first, you fuck. What does it recommend next, then? Skill, ultimate, and then basic attack last. Oh, it says... Oh, no, I say that. Second priority, both skill and ultimate. It says both of these are as important as each other. It's just her basic attack. That's not important. Buff yourself in full. Also, yeah, if you haven't read the description, she's kind of crazy. Consume 30% of all allies' current HP to deal extra damage. The reason why she has like a bunch of revival tech like built into her moveset and such is because she hurts your team to be more effective. She's actively hindering your team to make herself more powerful. But equally, she can also heal the gang. Okay, we're out of this. So yeah, I need to fight the Sky Splitter fight one more time, but I don't want to do that yet. Valor Zero has the legend style. Talents here as a gate, yeah. I should probably try and start. But like, if you click, data is being compiled. Was it in here? Yeah, they tell you here what they think you should be getting. The 4-set Poet of Morning Collapse and the 2-set Bone Collector Serene Demeans. Because this is the sickest feature that they added last patch, that you can see and pin characters to make them build targets. And Castoris and Anasia were added the moment they were officially revealed. So you could start building ahead of time, even though they weren't out for, like the following patch. Just wait, the power creep, the power creep. Yeah, true. So you can just set it as a pin and start working. But so I will wait until there's guides and such up for what people recommend before I start focusing on that, which usually is the day of, so I know it'll be in a matter of time. I can't believe I had 230 rolls, and I only got one Castoris and her light cone out of it. Fucking thank you, Honkai Star Rail. Love you. Oh goodness, is this an idle animation? That's a fucking insane idle animation. Oh my god. When the enemy target's HP is 80% to 50% of max HP or lower, the damage dealt by Bone Claw, Doomstrake's Embrace, Claw Split, a bunch of other things do 120% or 140% of the original damage. After summoning the dragon, she gets 2 stacks of Ardent Will. It can be set with 2 slime, used to offset the HP cost that it uses to attack. Ooh, so you, instead of having to sacrifice much health, you can burn them first. When using the next enhanced skill, Castoris gains a new bud by an amount equal to 30% of the max. When Castoris is on the field, all allies' income healing during HP restoration increases by 20%. That's kind of wild. And when Cass or the dragon deal damage, increase quantum resistance penalty by 20%. During the dragon's attack, can reduce enemy toughness regardless of weakness type. When breaking weaknesses, triggers a quantum weakness break effect. And the number of bounces of Neverwing's talent Wing Sweep in Ruins additionally increases by 3. Oh, I loved them. I say that I loved it in Zero. In Kiwami, the moment you realize that it's like less trying to build your own thing, and it's more like building the hyper specific thing they want you for a specific challenge, it kind of loses some of its magic. Like in Zero, I didn't realize that, and so I was having fun experimenting with different cars and figuring it out, and had a great time. The moment I realized it's just a puzzle box and it's not really like a proper like thing where you can just kind of make anything work in a different way, it did lose some of its charm. I still like it, but I get the complaint. But anyway, here's the 10th anniversary stuff. Firstly, you can ask anyone to send you, like, that you want to talk with, and when they talk with you in about 17 days time, they will also give you 1600 gems. I picked Kafka because she's mother. You can also be picking up roles throughout the course of this week. There's also super sales for like refresh bonuses. There's 2 events, one for the one coming out in a few weeks, and one that's already live for the 2nd anniversary. And there's celebration events, and in a few weeks you're gonna get triple artifacts and triple relics from all your things like that. Like they're going all in. And also Star Rail World is the new event, which is this big thing, which I'm not gonna worry about just yet. But 27 minutes into the stream. Wait, why is Sunday? Well, maybe you just want a mail from Sunday, huh? But 30 minutes into the stream. Oh, I just need to do that as well. Wait, what other exclamation point is there? What am I missing? Actually, I can take the pin off of you now because I know what I know what I got. I've built the target. There we go. Garth, bronzy, silver. Oh yeah, right. I forgot. I lost 50-50 to fucking Welt. There you go, buddy.
New friends. Great, isn't
it? Modern imaginary. Yeah, true. Okay, that's everyone. DB Sunday inventory and fucking Welt. Yeah, true. Right. Now, back to the crazy story. Last time we left off, Mighty completed his journey, and I don't think it's going to show up in the story again until they probably kill him off. Which is something I'm going to talk about more as we go on, but some of the recent trailers have really given me the impression that none of the Crisis heirs are surviving this story. And considering it's the Trailblazer arc, or not the Trailblazer, the Flame Chaser arc, sorry, that's not an unlikely scenario. That's actually quite possible. I've also seen the leak, the kind of scary leak, when you think about it, of Finon's, like, default stance. And the reason why I say it's kind of scary, because his default stance in battle that's leaked is straight up a very infamous pose that Kevin did after, like, he became the central antagonist. And I'm like, why is that his basic combat pose now? Uh-oh. What? Like, my brain immediately went, uh-oh. I have to ask, go on. I'm going to run over and actually let the story start, because we're half an hour into the stream, but I will be reading. Trebios' memory is unveiled the very... Oh yeah, and Trebios died. I forgot about that. Go when they die. In what sense? Like, do you mean, like, what the afterlife is? Or, like, do you mean, like, on, like, a meta level, what happens to their playability? Because, like, each planet we've gone to has at least some idea. Do they reincarnate on another planet or do they turn to dust? We don't exactly know. The closest we've got is Acheron on Penacony, where those tied to nihility become one with the nihility after they die. they become one with like this dark purple ocean and just like become what a part of like the masses, so to speak, which probably isn't the most pleasant way to go. But they can at least be like rivered off, like like by the ferryman, Acheron acting as the ferryman across the river of death towards the nihility. But that's just if you're within the nihility. If you're other factions, it might be different. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate. One shall live till the end, and they alone will witness Era Nova. That, yeah, they're already going back on what I mean. Where it's like, the reason why I specified the Crisis Heirs is because I think Phanon is going to eventually become the Kevin that we know and love from Honkai Impact 3rd. And I think it's, to make a comparison to something, it's the whole Jedi Council refusing to let Anakin join them because they sensed a great evil kind of situation. Where, you know, Phanon is trying to join the Crisis Heirs, but he keeps failing the test, even though he's a really effective and powerful warrior. I think it's because, like, the test of the gods can sense, like, the brewing evil, so to speak. If that's how I think it's going. And I think, like Anakin, Phanon is going to cause the death of all of the Jedi Council, or in this case, the Crisis Heirs. I'm not saying that this story is inspired by Star Wars, but I just have to draw comparisons to something, and I feel that's kind of how they're going. We also have to keep in mind that there's only one person in the entire universe that, in lore, that knows how to actually kill Mighty, because otherwise he is immortal, and that is Phanon. Phanon is the only person who knows how to actually kill Mighty. And I feel like that's one of those Chekhov gun situations, where it's like, hey, you've mentioned it, that he knows it, so if Mighty dies, or if you're going to kill Mighty, we now know why. Yeah, but you get the point I'm getting at for my comparison. I mean, yeah, technically, because we learned through Acheron's story that Acheron already kind of did a version of Kevin's story arc, but it ended in her just killing him alone. So there is a chance this is a reincarnation, even like within Star Rail itself. I think there were probably different people, and it's just Acheron went through things that represented what the original Raiden May went through. But we'll also have to see how that goes, because we already know, because they told us, that Acheron will eventually become involved in the Amphoreus storyline in some way. We don't know when or how long it will be. If I'm right about them killing off all the Crisis Heirs, when that happens, I think that will be the moment they bring Acheron in, because, you know, they will need characters, because this story is going to get very empty with people otherwise. Because that's Unglea gone, that's Tribby gone, that's Anacia, that's Castoris, that's Cypher, that's Mighty, that's not Barbara, Hyacine. You know, there's a lot of people that are just going to be gone from the story, if I'm right. Obviously, there's a part of me that's like, maybe not. But the reason why I'm so adamant that they might do it is because it's the Flame Chaser journey. And it's directly inspired by the Flame Chaser arc from Honkai Impact 3rd. And for anyone who knows, yeah, a lot of characters died in that story arc. It was kind of vicious. Kevin's reign by the end of that was horrendously deadly. Still no contact. And it would also explain, like, for me personally, why so few of the actual, like, Trailblazer, like, our family, the family on the train, are involved in the story. It's mostly just been us and Dunhung. Because I think if all the Crisis Heirs do die, they will have that be the moment they introduce the rest of the Express crew back into the story to kind of fill in the gaps. That's also probably when the Herta is going to become more involved in the story, because it's kind of weird they introduced her in 3.0 and then just kind of dropped her. That will also probably be when we actually get to see this evil march that we've been hearing about for forever. And also learn properly about Elysia, because Elysia is around here somewhere. Even though she's quote-unquote dead, this is Elysia. if you've ever played any or experienced any Honkai anything, you will learn that there's a reason why people call Elysia the Hoyo versus Jesus, because that's literally her whole gimmick, is that she dies for people's sins and then comes back to life a little later. The Bio can be broken as a replacement as well in the Mono Imaginary team, yeah. If I take on Oryx's trial, will the prophecy come to pass for me as well? Also, yeah, I forgot. We was actually going to try becoming a crisis heir and do Oryx's trial. Which means that whole prophecy of only one will survive. I wonder if it's us. I wonder if it's going to be us who are going to insert ourselves to the prophecy, but not in the right way. Regardless, I must give Aglaya an answer when I can pronounce her name. Jesus-like character. I mean, my long-lasting theory is that March is not Elysia, but has connections to her. My theory is that March 7th, Mem, our little buddy with us, and this evil version of March that we keep on hearing about, are all extensions that maybe broke off from Elysia when she quote-unquote died. And that would explain why, like, if Elysia is like this ultimate goddess because, you know, it's Elysia, why the Remembrance went out of their way to lock up March's memories to stop her having it, because she's fucking Elysia. She's like, it's like, hey, yeah, if you had the ability to, like, keep Jesus under your thumb, you'd do it. If you're like an evil organization, you know? That makes perfect sense that Remembrance would keep her memories trapped, and they can keep her docile. And it would also make sense, sorry, so I took a sip of my water, why March immediately reacted upon approaching Amphoreus, and why she's sick and now covered in ice. Because she's connected to Elysia, and Elysia is probably reconnecting parts of her body, like Nalia Photep in Persona 2, and slowly going to become one whole being again. Just for the simple reason of March 7th is the mascot character of this game, I doubt March is going to become one with Elysia and we just lose March. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I imagine through some plot bullshit later on, March will still get to be her own character, but we'll have to get to that when we get to that. Right, that Elysia's Jesus. In the underworld. It was in Persephone, yeah, true. But I am super curious about this Dark Evil March. Some time ago.
Ah, it's you, Cass. I finished the anthology of poems you lent me. Here it is.
I thought you'd be too preoccupied to find time for reading.
Precisely.
Also, if you haven't seen it yet, and for anyone watching, Caster's animated short is miserable. It's so well animated and so beautiful, but it is so sad. Like, her whole animated special is literally around the fact that she lives forever, and everything she touched dies. And since as young as she was a child, she was basically indoctrinated into the church to be the giver of peace to like extremely sick creatures. So even when she was like 5 years old, she's been having to be the thing that kills creatures. Like, it's like at the start of the animation, she has to put down a deer by touching them, and I'm just like, that is horrendously traumatizing to put on the kid. But she was also used to serve the death penalty, even from as a kid. If there was a deranged criminal that needed to be put down, they would just lock them up and then have her put her hand on their forehead. So then they would then immediately wither and die. So she had one friend who couldn't hold her hand, but would hold a stick, and she would hold the other end of the stick. But that one friend is actually a mortal, you know, normal human being who grew old. And then when they were, you know, extremely old, they went, you know, since I'm going anyway, this last time just for you, why don't we hug? Since we're going anyway. Castris hesitates, but after the old lady now grabs her hand, well, it's already set in stone she's dying, so Castris caves in and hugs her, and just weeps into her shoulder. And, like, I was just sitting there, I was like, this is like a 6 or 8 minute long show, however long it was. And I just feel hollow inside. I just felt miserable. That's what Trails does. Oh, I'll imagine.
Wouldn't all these preoccupations slow your pace?
Like, I know it's been like probably several hundred years since then, because Cassius has been around for a very long time. But Cassius is an extremely broken soul. No wonder she reacted the way she did last patch when we so much as grazed her shoulder but didn't die. Because she probably realized, hang on a minute, that's someone I could actually have a physical connection with one way or another.
On the contrary, knowing that time is limited can push one to overcome their limitations. The weight of these responsibilities seems to have enhanced my reading efficiency.
Oh, yeah. I understand.
Also, I've mentioned it before, but it's like I am looking forward to going through the Trails games eventually. I'm not looking forward to some of like the super turbo dark stuff though. If you can believe it.
Anything but my actual studies.
Precisely.
And I think that's part of the reason why I'm going to look forward to Trails of the Sky 1 being remade. Excuse me. Told you my throat's going. Being remade. Because I'd like to imagine, considering it was the very first game, that it doesn't get like turbo morbid. That even though like it might have its dark moments, it's not going to be like turbo super fucked. So I can actually like take it all in one go and it not be in the world and it just get more as it goes on. And then handle it as it comes, especially when we start getting to like Zero and Azure and the Cold Steel games.
Naxa's exams were as unreasonable as the man himself, correct?
Got Star Wars 16. Thanks for letting me know. I won't, but
the courses Professor Naxa taught were.
I have said before, though, and I'll say it again. Just because there's a lot of Trails games, when I do Sky 1 remake, that doesn't mean I'm immediately going to like go through all of them, because there's a lot. Even like franchises I love, like the Atelier games, we haven't done every single Atelier back to back to back. I took like a year gap between the end of Ireland and the start of Dusk. I have to space them out because I will burn out otherwise. Nightmare Fall worth its weight, Fairs.
The history of mythology, taught by the blasphemous great performer himself.
I said before that like if I end up super getting into it, I'd probably tackle it saga by saga. Like as in like do the free Sky games and then pause. Do Zero and Azure, then pause. I might not do all 4 Cold Steels because that's 4 fucking games. But technically you've also got that like I forget what it's called, like is it Reverie? The like conclusion game. That's like 5 games in that one, so I will probably do like 2 or 3 of them, pause, then do the rest. Is he gonna just say it? In 2s, yeah. Well, it's not that I will get to it eventually. It's just that I'm like not right now. That's what I mean. Like I'll get to it eventually, assuming I like it. And then the new ones, was it Trails Through the Horizons? That's 2 games, and that third one I forget what it's called. Like the new one coming out. If there's more fan service, anything else. I mean, I'd still cover it if I got into it. But you get my point. Like, I would break them up more for like my peace of mind, so I don't burn out. It's one of the things actually been quite nice about Atelier Yumiya coming out is that I fucking love the 2 Dust games that we've played so far, and I don't want to burn out in Shaylee because it's probably going to be more of what I'm familiar with, even if it's going to be a bit different with no time limit.
Now that I think about it, students would often rush to the podium during class to challenge him on those blasphemous ideas. May I ask, Lady Aglaya, has your relationship with Professor Anaxa always been like this?
Oh yeah, that sounds lovely. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. About 5 minutes ago, I didn't know that.
He openly dismisses people's faith and questions the very justification of the Flame Chase journey. Our positions have been destined to be at odds. While you were studying there,
also, just because YouTube is being like really like weird, shall we say, recently, I'm going to get rid of that message just because of that one particular word. Nothing on you. It's literally just because YouTube algorithm system recently has been very egregiously aggressive, and I'm not sure why, but I've had like a bunch of my older videos get like flagged like recently, so I'm trying to be wary. No, you're good. Most of them, like, to be blunt, most of them are like old videos that are now being like flagged for like mature content and stuff like that, and it's just because I say the C word in it. Just because I say CUNT somewhere in the video. Even sort of like my like 7-year-old Let's Plays have been hit by it, and I'm like, what? Come on. And so it's just because like YouTube's being like super anal about stuff. It's like I am being very cautious, just until like it kind of eases off.
Dromus.
Like, I'm sure it'll be fine, but I don't. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure it'll be fine. I don't want to gamble it though. As it be, which yeah, fairs.
As I see it, this nickname is more of an insult to the Dromas. Despite his insufferable arrogance, I do hold a certain respect for his nature as a scholar. To remain true to his principles, he is unafraid to stand opposed to the world, and that requires considerable resolve.
Oh, and Aglaya. I'm just like, I know like we're making zero progress in the story. This stream's probably going to go on for a while anyway, so I don't mind taking it slow. But I wish Aglaya's moveset was something that I wanted to have, because I think Aglaya has a phenomenal design. I genuinely love like the Greek goddess aesthetic that she has going on for her. And I also kind of like, maybe it's just like me just having a soft spot for characters with disabilities, but her being canonically blind is the same thing that kind of like Trigger being canonically blind in Zenless kind of just made me go, oh, this character's kind of interesting. You know, being disabled myself. I'm not blind, obviously. I haven't lost any of my senses, thankfully, but I do have disabilities. It is it's just like a soft spot I have, and it's like I find Aglaya such an interesting character, but there's just no way on this God's green earth I could like justify her on my team. There's nowhere I'd want her. Yeah, no worries. Well, I say that Trigger is the more interesting one because she has an eye implant to replace her eyes, so she can actually she can see, just not with her eyes normally. She has to use those goggles, which is why they're like installed into her face, because they're giant implants. I'd love to see what she looks like under the glasses officially one day, but I also know that's probably not going to happen just because of the fact that implants. I think they're stuck to her face for the rest of her life. Which is kind of sad when you think about it, but it is what it is.
Anaxagoras' life is almost like a satire. As a Chrysos heir, he refuses to heed the prophecy, while he disrespects the gods.
The gods have chosen him.
He was indeed chosen by Circes.
Oh, I guess they found him not believing in them reasonable. Yeah, I forgot Anisha doesn't believe in any of this shit, despite being part of it.
Is something
the easiest way to explain Anisha, it's like being a priest for like a Christian church, but not being a Christian and not believing in God. That's Anisha. That's kind of where he stands on this. Except he was chosen by the church in this, like, to follow my example, specifically to be the priest. And he just kind of serves his role, but doesn't believe in any of that shit. That's kind of where he serves. You are.
With all due respect, I'd like to know what you plan to do with him.
In light of his assistance in the battle against the Flame Reaver, I am willing to grant him some time to find a way to remove the cool flame. However, if Anaxa decides to make any move that places us in danger, I will not hesitate to take extreme measures.
Oh yeah, Aglaya, we learned in 3.0 that if you have even the slightest amount of mistrust, you will put them to trial with death penalty as a risk. So yeah.
Just as I feared.
And even Cassius is like, oh god, here we go.
The Flame Chase journey is the destined path for the Chrysos heirs. Yet he now seems more like an empty shell. Given his strong sense of self-respect, I trust that Anaxagoras will make the right decision.
Still, I can't help but hope for another possibility. Perhaps Anaxa will also overcome his limitations, now that he knows time is limited.
I understand your stance. Let's continue this discussion another time. But now, let's greet our guest. You're here.
Not even like hero or trailblazer, just
Does this mean you're ready to take on Orynyx's trial?
We are ready, Mem and me.
It seems that this sacred beast is just as indispensable, given their intricate ties to the Titan.
Memmy mem, memmy mem mem, mem mem, memmy mem, memmy mem.
Never gets old. This is literally Elysia's voice actress, by the way. Especially in the Japanese version, because, you know, Honkai Impact 3 didn't have an English dub. It only had a Japanese dub. And so obviously I played it in Japanese because I at least recognize voices over the Chinese version. Elysia's JP actress in Honkai Impact 3 is straight up the voice of Mem in Star Rail. And it's literally like, man, they really just got Elysia's actress to come in and go, Memmy, Memmy, Mem, 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 like for like an hour, and then paid her and she went home.
Surrendering the core flame is a Chrysos heir's duty. Your selfless assistance is deeply appreciated. However,
yeah, but you also know my take on that one man. I'm very much in the mindset of it is what it is. These labels aren't here to restrict you. Some people will use them as an opportunity to try and restrict you, but they aren't inherently designed to be like that. They're there to help you find understanding. It's just, it is how it is. I much just ride with the punches. I know I've got my things. I know you have yours. We just carry on about our business. If it doesn't affect your life, well, it doesn't affect other people's lives the way you are. What does it matter? You just carry on. As long as you can find peace within yourself for it, that's all that matters. And if you can't, then what do you want to do to try and fix that?
From that point onward, your fate will be forever intertwined with ours. Never to be separated again. Until the end of Genesis.
Are you trying to talk me out of it?
On the contrary, you are the only one who qualifies to attain divinity. Yet, for that very reason, I do not wish to pressure you.
If it's find understanding is a rejection of these labels be an equally acceptable understanding. I'm going to be honest, I'm not a philosopher. I know that's not the right term, but that's the whole, like, that is beyond my ability to reason with. I think that falls under you, not what I think. Like, I think that is far beyond me, and one of those kind of philosophical questions of, is this decision to reject an understanding a form of understanding? Is a hard topic to even approach. I personally feel if it gives you peace of mind, it's okay. If it feels like you're wrestling with it, or feels like you're restricted by it, or for one reason or another are unhappy with how you feel one way or another, that should be where the discussion is. If you are comfortable in your rejection of it, and it doesn't harm your way of life, then you are valid to have it. If it is actively sabotaging your existence, then why? Do you get what I mean? Like, I know that's a really, like, non-answer answer, but I genuinely think it really depends on you. If it is something that is comforting and easy and, you know, helps you find peace of mind for your life, then I think it is valid. If it is actively sabotaging or hurting you, then you need to be able to ask yourself why, and be prepared, if you so choose to, be prepared to find the answers you seek, and hopefully find that peace. If that makes sense. Well, I'm glad I could help. Is there a plan B?
It's exceedingly rare to find a capable Chrysos heir. If this path proves unattainable, I am willing to lower my expectations. There are still many priests of Yanisopolis and their descendants in the city. If I'm left with no other option, I'll try to find someone worthy among them.
Seems like a shot in the dark. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Alright, that's it. I am out. If I do not descend into hell, who will?
Mem worry. Memmy, memmy, mem. Memmy, mem, mem, mem. Memmy, mem, mem, mem.
Don't worry. With me by your side, even if things go south, you'll be heading straight to heaven. That's not comforting, Mem.
Mem, memmy, mem.
Also, they believe in heaven and hell, so there's at least some idea towards your questions earlier about the afterlife. Come so far, and everyone's counting on you to be the hero. As for your trial, you have nothing to fear. The Time Titan may be willful at times, but they never caused us any harm. Myth has it that Orynyx opposes mortals, but to me, they seem a bit timid, like a child. It's a bit munition. Everything, because where would heaven and hell be located? I mean, yeah, true, because like even outside of like religious stuff, the dark evil place you go to, you die, is always just below the earth, and like the happy peaceful place is always above the clouds. You know? So it's like, okay, how does that work when it's like a universe with like 1,000 planets and all of them have their own lives? Do they all have their own heavens and hells? How far does this go? I'm going to choose to believe it's all actually just the Divine Comedy. And it's just Paradiso, Purgatorio, and the Inferno. But that's also just because I think that that string of poems are interesting. I've always found them fascinating. It's why I like Dante's Inferno, the video game on the 360, even though that game's kind of janky. And it's why I think Ultra Kill's super interesting, even ignoring the deranged gameplay. Because I always love games that explore Divine Comedy. Gotta love cosmologies here. I wish more media explored more than just the Inferno, though, with Divine Comedy. Because Purgatorio is also super fucking interesting, and Paradiso is also super fucking interesting. I know Inferno is like the easy picking, because, yeah, who doesn't want to write a story about hell? You know, but you get my point. It's like, I wish, like, there was more willingness to look at the other pieces of it, because I do think they're all interesting. The closest we've ever, like, I've ever gotten in terms of, like, a piece of media of experience was, honestly, the final boss of Final Fantasy VI, where the first three phrases straight up represent Inferno, Purgatorio, and then Paradiso. And they're just enemy designs. So it's like, it's not much of one. It's just the first phase represents Lucifer frozen in the ice of treachery. The second phase exists the people trapped on the line of Purgatorio. And the third represents those ascending to the paradise. I haven't seen Bleach, to be honest. Bleach is one of those things where I've always been aware of it, but it's one of those, because it's like such a long-lasting manga and anime that's had like 1 million episodes, it feels like, I'm just like, I'm not getting into that. It's like with One Piece. The moment I found out One Piece has over 1,000 episodes, I went, you know, I'm glad people have 1,000 episodes to watch. I'm not getting into that. It's like, you know Tone rather well. Oddly enough, I don't remember even meeting them, but the moment I saw Azel, Orynyx's memories were already in my head. Okay, the human world and the hollow world and the soul used to be hot as hell. Oh, fair enough.
Memories that exist outside of your own experiences.
I can't explain why, but I can vouch for Mem's words. When I was in the Abyss, I heard the
but Bleach is finishing up and One Piece is allergic to conclusions.
grievances, yet without any ill will.
Is it still like is the main character like in I don't know if you'd know this, like the main character is still voiced by Johnny Young Bosch, because he's been voicing the main character since like the anime even started getting dubs. Like he's been doing it for like an eternity. Because that was like the oldest role Johnny Young Bosch picked up, like even before Power Rangers and even before, well, obviously before Devil May Cry. I trust you all to make the right call.
Since you've made your decision, go
and yeah,
back
English
to the
wise
bath
fairs.
chamber and get some rest. Trina will call for you when the ceremony is ready. It is difficult for me, as the guide, to absolve myself from blame for things to have progressed to this point. Time and again, you have risen to the occasion for Akuma. Nearly rewarding you with some honeydew is no longer able to express the extent of our gratitude.
It's okay, Glare. Do you know what would be the best reward then if you want to, like, if you feel like your rewards aren't good enough? Just read me a bedtime story, because your accent is divine.
When the dust settles, I hope that we'll have the chance to have a long chat regarding your return journey and the curse of the sky. It's about time that we lift the taboo and discuss things openly.
in those considerable years, the industry had a bunch of Bosch X 70 dynamic. They actually did the same fucking thing in DMC4. Oh, fairs. Oh, for me, I always just go off the back of the fact that, with the exception of, I want to say V, every single English actor involved in Devil May Cry was an ex-Power Ranger. And the reason why for that was actually kind of deliberate. It's because in Power Rangers, most of them did their own stunts. So it translated perfectly, starting with Devil May Cry 3, when they started using motion capture for all the cutscenes, to have people who do their own stunts do the stunts. Like, they would string up Ruben Langdon and like spin him upside down in the air to hold like some prop guns for like a stunt sequence for the motion capture, and like he would just do it because he's a stunt performer. They could have a thing with like Ruben Langdon and Daniel Southworth like doing a fight scene together, and like they didn't have to worry about them getting hurt because they were both professional stunt performers. Like, they were really smart about getting people that could both be the voices of the characters and also do all the stunts. That would be interesting. Well, firstly, the Ruben recast of the anime is just for the anime, and I understand it in the sense of Ruben Langdon himself went, look, I can't do teenage Dante anymore, I'm too old. Like, he can't do the voice. So passing it down, like, to someone else, a young Dante, made sense. However, in the most recent interview, Ruben, without admitting anything, has said that he is still involved with Devil May Cry things. It's just, he can't talk about it. That's not to say it's Devil May Cry 6. It's more that he's just still involved in the process. And that doesn't necessarily mean he's still voicing. It could just be, like, he's voice director for, like, other projects. Which would make sense, because who better to, like, train the next person to be Dante than the previous Dante? But, if he is a new voice in the next game, I would struggle at first, because I'm so used to Ruben Langdon, but I think I'd adjust. Because it's not the first time, you know? Yeah, having Johnny Young Bosch be Dante was weird, and there was a lot of, like, implication. Well, I say implication, it was just Johnny Young Bosch being a little gremlin on Twitter and just going, oh, you have to watch the show and see what it all means, oh, like, for everything, because obviously he's trying to promote the show, but also having a little bit of fun with it. A lot of people were suspecting that this alternate universe was going to be that Dante was actually, like, Nero for one reason or another, either brainwashed or for other reasons pretending to be Dante. But that never manifested because the show would have to have a decent idea for that to happen. But I digress. I'm not going to start, like, whinging about that show again.
Miss, may everything go well for you and Mem.
Thanks, Casteris. You need a glider for something too? Dante costume, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, like, that was probably, honestly, like, the thing that put me kind of on the fence with the Devil May Cry anime to even begin with, is the fact that it's A.D. Shatner, and I don't like the man at all. He's a good director and a good producer, sure, but he's also very arrogant and very narrow-minded and very my way or the highway about a lot of things. I mentioned before that, Castlevania Season 3, if you ever watch Castlevania, you'll get to Season 3, and there's something just wrong about that season. It's still a good watch, but there are things that feel, like, aggressively pessimistic and feel almost like character assassination at times. They really go out of their way. Anyway, that was deliberate because there was a disagreement within the company between A.D. Shatner and, like, the writers, and so A.D. enforced his will as a higher position in the company and forced them to write in a story that more actively sabotaged the characters, and then left the show just before it aired so he could pretend that it went wrong because it wasn't him. And it was only because everyone, reported that shit that we actually found out the truth and realized that he was just a piece of shit that tried to ruin a good thing just so he could pretend that the show wouldn't survive without him and that he should always trust his ideas. And so, like, if you ever watch Season 3, you'll notice it. Season 1, it's dark and it's got a lot of coldness, but there's a little bit of wink and charm in it. Season 2, same idea. It's even actually pretty fucking funny at times. Season 3 is hella fucking pessimistic. Everything goes wrong. Everyone gets hurt. the one person that Trevor and Cypher trying to help throughout the whole thing is like secretly like the scum of the earth, and they only find out about it after his instant death, so they don't even get to punish him or see him get his recompense. It's just an instant thing that happens, and so they have to live with the fact that all the people that were harmed by it. Alucard gets SA'd straight up. Like the last couple episodes, I was just sitting there watching it and like, what the fuck is happening? And then it's crazy that season 4 ended up being the best season of the show, because it felt like they had to spend the first couple episodes doing damage control to fix season 3, and yet somehow they turned it around and made like the season 4 fucking phenomenal. The only thing about season 3 that survived it was not Hector, the other one. Of the 2 demon masters, there's two like these like devil masters, that, like devil forgers, that can like make their own demons, and they go down different paths. Hector is another character that gets like viciously character assassinated, but Isaac, there we go, I remembered his name. Isaac never really had a character in the games. He was just villain of the week, and so in the anime they decided, you know what, let's actually do something with him. And they gave him an extremely philosophical, very thought-provoking, and very genuinely heartfelt discussion that just kind of sat in the background of the whole season. And I can't stress enough, it's the best part of the season. And I think because it was in the background for the whole thing, that's why it's so good. Like, it wasn't touched by 80s bullshit. But I can't stress enough, Isaac's whole story arc in Season 3 and going into Season 4 is like chef's kiss. It's so calm and so talking and questioning things and trying to understand ourselves and know where we want to be in life. And it sounds simple, it might sound a little boring, but when you watch it, when it eventually gets to the ends in Isaac fighting Legion, I was hooked. I was like, no, Isaac's like the best fucking character. Like, Isaac's like the best character, and thank God they like kept it going into season 4. Like, they didn't like drop the ball, because keep in mind, season 3 was also around the same time like Ruby Volume 8 dropped, and so I was already a little bitten by like setting up amazingly written characters that then dropped the ball the very next season with Ironwood. But they didn't. No, they carried it through and made Isaac fantastic. I still need to sit down and watch Nocturne properly. I watched a bit of season 1 and I did enjoy it. I just got busy, so I haven't got back to it. But now season 2 of Nocturne's out as well. I need to watch both. And that's Castlevania Nocturne, not Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Castlevania Nocturne based on Rondo of Blood and Symphony in the Night, following Richter Belmont instead of Trevor Belmont. Which is kind of funny though, another little thing. Trevor has kind of got, in the anime, Trevor's kind of got a little bit of Richter's game personality, and Richter's kind of got a little bit of Trevor's game personality. Like, they kind of swapped a little bit whilst doing their own things. Because, like, Trevor was in the game, is a go-getter that, like, goes to save the day and fulfill the legacy. And Richter in the game, although, like, he's, like, the most 90s anime hero ever, even doing, like, the turn to the camera to give the thumbs up and go, I got this. In Symphony, he gets a hardened edge and has a bit more of a darker perspective on the world. You go to the anime, and it's the other way around. Trevor is super fucking bitter and, like, has, like, a colder perspective of the world. And Richter is just this naive little boy. It's just like, how did this happen? Like, Richter's just this little baby boy who's just trying to save the day and, like, get revenge for his mum that was murdered. But not, like, revenge as in, like, I must swear vengeance. More like, I'm gonna stop the vampires, including the one that took my mum. And it's like, yeah, cool, you go, Victor.
Previously, I lent her an anthology of poems that Lady Drienne had gifted to me.
I hope it, they haven't said anything yet, but I hope it gets green light for season 3. I think it will, because season 2 Nocturne did extremely well and reviewed very highly. It's just, we'll have to see. Hopefully it'll get green lit. If it's not for season 3, hopefully it will, if they feel it's concluded enough, they will move on to the next chapter of Vania, which I'm very curious to see where they go to. My hope is they'll go to Order of Ecclesia, but it would make more sense for them to go to Aria of Sorrow. just because it's clear they want Alucard to be a background character of everything to do with the Castlevania anime, and Aria of Sorrow would be the next time Alucard shows up. And it would also be a vastly different setting, so it would be a nice test for the animators and like the writing team, because it would no longer be set in like medieval past periods. It would now be set in the narrow near future, which is wild because it's set in like 38, I think, something like that, by the end of like the Daughter of the Sorrow games, and it's like that's not that far away now. We're at a point where this year alone, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 is going to be set entirely in the past. Like, time is catching up. Can you tell me more about the book?
It contains an allegory. In a faraway land, in a city known as Styxia, a dragon corrupted by the Black Tide descended one day, swooping
Styxia,
upon
huh?
sea like death itself. It swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed. After taking down the evil dragon, the warriors discovered that the princess's life had already met its end. Overwhelmed by grief, the queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh and blood. However, having lost memories of her previous life, the resurrected princess turned into an evil dragon herself and wreaked havoc on the city. As a result, the prosperous Styxia met its demise.
What a touching story. Huh? How is it touching?
I actually think so too.
What? That was the correct option to increase the friendship level? Mem, shut up. Only I can break the fourth wall.
The author of this book is Archepia, a wandering bard who traveled to many cities. Among the things she left behind are poems, dictionaries, and many tragicomedy scripts.
Tragicomedy. Sorry, I know I keep repeating words, but Castris is saying some shit today. Castris is cooking something.
While flipping through these books, I felt like I was afforded a glimpse into the life of Archepia. It felt just like I was traveling with someone that I'd never met before. It was as if she had yet to pass on and was still alive. That's right. Writing, drawing, and
whoops, that was an accident.
Photographs. It seems like human nature to try and leave records of things.
What did I say? No one goes through life without leaving their mark behind. Yeah, I guess that's something I'd say.
Speaking of taking photographs, when I was helping you to take the photo previously, I did not look through the photos in your photo stone out of courtesy. But I'm also very curious about the story of the Rosy Celestial Maiden. Despite having visited many cities in Amphoreus, I still understand nothing about the world beyond the sky. If there is an opportunity... forget it.
Yeah,
Let's talk about
Castris, don't, you're raising red flags. Somebody like, oh, if the opportunity arises, I'd like to travel with you and see the stars. No, no, don't say that. That is like red flag material. You're gonna die. I don't think there's anything else to do here. Time to go back and talk to Dunhung. Oh, and I think there's a new area in this patch that we'll be exploring as well. To be honest, I haven't been paying that much attention to like the new stuff coming in HSR, just because I've been busy. Like, I try and keep on top of it so I know what to expect a little bit here and there, but I genuinely just have been too busy. I have not been keeping up at all. Oh, Dunhung's still not voiced. Citizens Assembly.
That's right. Oh, partner, you're back just in time. This is something that the both of you should probably know.
More trouble?
I wouldn't call it trouble. I just think it will be favorable if the both of you understand the situation in Akuma better.
Do you remember the Council of Elders that was on our heels previously? It seems like they've made their move.
Some background information for you. The Council of Elders is an authoritative body in Amphoreus, made up of different city representatives. They hold legislative power over the Holy City, and are in charge of presiding over the Citizens' Assembly held once every few years. This is the most important social event of Akuma. It is highly influential, and can even affect what happens to the flame chase journey.
So Aglaya doesn't actually call the shots?
Despite her vision and wisdom that spans across thousands of years, even she cannot win over the hearts of everyone.
I have never once passed my sociology class. Perhaps you should retake some exams next time we visit Paperfold University. I'm not going back there, the fucking monkeys. Tell me more about the Citizens Assembly.
Every 5 to 10 years, the Council of Elders organizes a Citizens Assembly at Dawncloud. During the assembly, the representatives will vote on major issues, such as whether the Chrysos heirs led by Aglaya should still hold the right to govern the Holy City, and whether the Titan's conquest should continue.
It sounds like some sort of system to balance the heroes and the mortals.
That is correct. However, the problem lies in the fact that there are ill-intentioned extremists in the Council of Elders. They view the Citizens' Assembly as a way to restrain the Chrysos heirs and hope to take complete control over the Flame Chase journey. We can refer to them as the opposition. During the assemblies held in the past 100 years, the voices supporting the opposition have been growing stronger in the shadows. It's only thanks to Aglaya that the Flame Chase journey has been able to continue to this day. The Citizens' Assembly is just around the corner. But this time, there seems to be a new variable to the situation.
Is it us? No, although we might be mentioned, the Council of Elders has another target in
I'm
mind.
afraid that the Council of Elders might want to take advantage of Professor Anaxa. Aglaya will surely take back Circe's core flame, but with Anaxa's current condition, it's so unique that nobody knows how taking the core flame away from him will affect him. He has always been someone that is only concerned about his own research. I'm certain that he must want to escape from the monitoring of the Golden Thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an olive branch at this time...
You suspect that he might betray the Flame Chase journey and defect towards the Council of Elders?
Anaxa has never believed in the prophecy, so technically it cannot be considered a betrayal. However, he has taught many Chrysos heirs, and has long been considered an important ally of Akuma. I truly do not wish to see comrades turning on one another.
I have a better understanding of the full picture now. Is there anything we can do?
As I believe in his character, I plan to plead with Aglaya and try to buy more time for him. Then, the greatest way in which you can help is for you to know what I am fighting for.
We understand. Thank you for being honest with us. Things are piling up again. Azel and Mem are tied up with Orynyx's trial, and while I'm preparing to visit the Grove to uncover clues about the world beyond the sky. Let's just take things one step at a time.
To apologize for the fact that we always seem to be troubling you.
Oh, it's fine, fine on.
I hope that Orynyx will show more benevolence and be more accommodating. I remember that they seemed quite fond of you back in the Abyss. Go and rest and regain your strength. We'll meet at the Vortex in a few days. Oh, right. You can read this scroll if you want to find out more about the Council of Elders.
Oh boy.
Citizens Assembly.
How long is this? Oh, fucking Christ. Democratic policies have always fascinated citizens of different city-states in Amphoreus. While Arkema was first established, its democracy was limited to a privileged minority. However, through ongoing reforms, the Archiman Citizens Assembly took to the stage, transforming Arkema's government into a democracy for all, where the Citizens Assembly made every major decision. It's important to note that as the Black Tide draws near and the citizens from other city-states join Arkema's political life, the precious rights of Arkema's original citizens are becoming increasingly diluted. Consequently, voices calling for reforms with the Archiman Citizens Assembly system grew even louder. Democracy is only one of the consequences of civilization's development, rather than the cause of development. For democracy to be productive, it must appoint different rules to different societies, situations, and issues. No single rule can be optimal for all scenarios. In other words, Arkham Citizens Assembly system will continue to evolve as this book is written. Due to time limitations, this publication focuses only on the current Arkham Citizens Assembly, not its future developments. Readers should bear this limitation in mind. Citizenship and citizenship policies in Arkham. Before examining the Arkham Citizens Assembly's operational mechanisms and core functions in depth, we must first address the matter of citizenship rights and citizenship policies in Arkham. The elders have once noted that Arkham is a collective of free citizens. Due to the substantial power citizens possess, citizenship qualifications must be strictly relegated to ensure citizens' rights. Discussions on the recognition of naturalized citizens' rights were once the foresight of disputations between the leader of the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders. As more Amphorean city-states fell over time, and as the Black Tide draws closer, citizenship rights reforms became imperative. Judging from the final outcome, citizens from all city-states have equal citizenship rights in the Holy City and can have equal participation in public matters. While social differences naturally exist between rich and poor, locals and travelers, and the Holy City of Arkham would not allow these social distinctions to become political diversions and would ensure complete political equality among all citizens. Continued. Operational mechanisms for the Citizens' Assembly. Barring emergencies, Arkham Citizens Assembly follows strict protocols when it is called. The current Council of Elders, a governmental entity made of representatives of the city-state, posts the upcoming Citizens Assembly agenda and venue. Usually, Dawn Cloud is in the Holy City and the Walls of Heroes before each meeting. Usually, topics are prospered by Council of Elder members before the Assembly and become official Assembly items after receiving majority council approval. The council predetermines which matters to address and when. Once confirmed, the Elder Chairman hands over the agenda to the Council of Elders Assembly Chair, who presides over the meeting. Normally, matters cannot be discussed at the Citizens' Assembly without prior council review. Council-reviewed matters yield only two outcomes. Either they're already thoroughly discussed and only need citizen votes, or they require citizens to hold debates to reach final resolutions during the Assembly. Results are tallied during pottery shards blessed with Kefali's runes, or the world-bearing titan, and voting dolia placed throughout Arkham during assemblies. After thorough discussion and voting for all proposals, the Council of Elder posts approved decrees at the Wall of Heroes. Continued. Core functions of the Citizens' Assembly. The Assembly wields the important capabilities of legislative power, the appointment of government officials, declaring war, conceding peace, and the actual control of armies during wartime. Yet historically and practically, Arkham Citizens Assembly isn't fully controlled and directed by citizens, but rather a means to ensure that elites who represent the majority social interests can effectively manage social matters. In other words, the current system, where the leader of the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders jointly manage Arkham, was decided by the Arkham Citizens Assembly system. Citizens influence policymakers through voting and other means of political participation rather than directly managing social affairs or making political decisions. Continued. Appendix. Principal members of the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders is a governmental organization consisting of representatives from Amphoreus' city-states. While most are elected by their city-states, some receive direct invitation from the current Council of Elder members. Or authorized by the Citizens' Assembly, they manage various practical affairs within Arkham. The most renowned honorary elder is Lycurgus, an Antikytherian, a race that was already near extinct before the Chrysos War. We had communicated directly with Kefali's multiple times during the era Chrysia and passed the wishes of mortals to Kefali, showing himself as the true Pharos. These names. Lycurgus' neutrality is well noted by all, which explains his frequent selection as the Citizens' Assembly chair. Significantly, Elder Canis has shown great effectiveness in Arkham's government and gathered many followers. Many believe Canis will leverage accumulated resources to challenge the current situation where the Chrysos heirs hold real authority and transform Arkham's political structure. Did you get all that? Well, too bad if you didn't. I'm not reading it again. My head's spinning.
Nervous.
Nervous. It's rather on the corner, I feel nervous. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Let's just hope that everything goes well. After all, as someone who has earned the gaze of an Aeon, you should be able to overcome the trial of a regional god just fine. We've also unknowingly got used to sleeping with the midday sun shining brightly above our heads. Get some rest, Hazel. Perhaps a new phase of our trailblazing expedition in Amphoreus is about to begin. A few days later, at the Vortex Genesis...
Esteemed one, Orynyx's vacant totem awaits. If you have already made your preparations to become a pillar of Amphoreus, please.
Stell, stop looking so smug. You're not ready for this. Speak with Trinon. I want to speak with everyone.
Miss... I'm sorry. I'm not sure what I should say to help calm your nerves.
You should say, you're gonna arrive next time I try to pull for you and not give me another fucking lost 50-50.
Right. Perhaps something like... As long as you can successfully complete this trial, the rest of the Flame Chase journey will be smooth sailing?
That's not easing the tension.
No, that sounds a bit strange. Don't worry. It won't take up too much of your time. Don't worry. You'll definitely make it back alive? Oh.
Casterus, you're trying.
It seems like I've made the mood even heavier. In any case, may everything go your way.
Hey, Finon.
Titan's trial is a very peculiar experience. I'm afraid that I'm not able to accurately describe it. You can only go and experience it for yourself. I believe that you'll be able to pull it off.
Oh, thanks.
I can still vividly recall when you entered the Vortex of Genesis for the first time. At that time...
Does that mean I'm going to get added to that book if we do this?
That a guest from beyond the sky would shoulder the fate of Amphoreus. Don't feel burdened. Just like
I want to, because I think Cypher's supposed to be one of them as well. I want to see like how Cypher's going to be, because I've seen the model, I've seen the leaks of her model, and it's just like, and I've also seen the battle animations, and it's like, oh no, she is like a cat thief in like the purest term. Like she's got like the slinky, very tight black suit. She's got the sex appeal. She's very cheeky. Her attack animation is her like just poking her ass out at like all times. She has an attack where she summons a giant magnet and uses it on your money. And I was just like, what the fuck is this? And she poses like all the time, like, and does like the cat stretch posing all the time sort of thing. I was like, oh no, like she is like super like the kitty cat girl. And it's like, what the fuck are they doing?
May Catherly bless you.
Little Grey and Mem, thank you. Your resolves cannot be questioned.
Oh, I miss Trion.
We praise
It's weird only seeing two of them. And it's more worrying because I feel like Trinon will go next and you'll just be Tree.
Forward. Get ready to assume Orynyx's divinity, Trailblazer. The divine position of Orynyx has already been vacant for some time. We can feel the space of the trial closing. As there isn't much of their soul left, we'll have to complete the ceremony before their soul completely dissipates.
Let's begin.
The eighth core flame coveted by the miracle that once belonged to the great Veil of Evernight, Orynyx. It shall now be returned by the two elected heroes of the Chrysosairs. A traveler who is upright and courageous, and a sacred beast that invokes miracles. Who?
It's also who for me, not that.
Both of you, please, come forward. Recite along with us.
You two as well, chat.
O Majesty of the 12 Titans.
O Majesty of the 12 Titans, Pillars of the World. Azel's not voiced, but it's all good. We seek your divinity to mend the rifts of the world. Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy. I don't think I have gold blood.
These are just words meant to make the prayer seem
It's like,
less
to shut up,
solemn.
to focus.
Please, focus. And surrender the core flame.
Cutscene. Oh. Press and hold to submit the core flame and complete your objective. Oh, I think we've been accepted. Uh-oh. The sound of Oryx.
Oryx. Their soul has been waiting for a long time.
Perhaps they're also quietly waiting for the arrival of their successor.
Oh, let's hope so. I love all of you. That doesn't seem appropriate for the current mood. So let's just leave the farewells for next time.
Don't worry. You're tougher than I am, right?
I like how she had watery eyes as well. Like she was really selling it. Let's go, Hazel. Yes.
Traveler from beyond the sky, let us pray that the Titan acknowledges your worthiness.
Although she loves cracking jokes at inopportune times, her determination.
Hey, alright, I've just left. You need to stop like saying that shit, Phaedon. I'm glad he has faith in us, though.
While she's away, I would like to have a chat with you, Aglaya.
Speak. I'm listening.
Slap, slap! Wake up! How is it? How do you feel?
Oh my goodness, you're talking. Has the trial begun?
That's right! Look! I don't know what happened, but I'm able to talk! Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
So get used to this voice, because it's very good chance this is going to be the same actress for Alicia, considering in Japanese it's Alicia's actress.
I have such a cute voice! It must be because of all the memories that I collected. They allowed me to grow beyond expectations. Also, listen. The words of the Titan.
Speaking of
are
Alicia,
becoming clearer.
now that Castris has got, the next character I'm saving for, it depends on what Feinon's moveset is. It might be Feinon because I'll get Kevin otherwise. But if his moveset isn't really for me, it's either going to be Evil March, and if Evil March doesn't quite work out, it will be Alicia. I will absolutely roll Alicia.
Mother, it hurts. Have I finally reached the end? Are the years of isolation coming to an end?
Oryx. Oh, how heartbreaking. Ever since the figure draped in the black cloak robbed them of their core flame, they have been relegated to waiting in isolation in such a confined space. We are going to help alleviate their pain, right?
Memories broken. Mother, where?
Mother? Who are they calling out for?
So I noticed we said status effect. No, it's the Castris effect. It's that global passive. And that's just that status effect is going to just be there on the right side of the screen for like the rest of eternity now. Oh, I haven't got enough for another roll. I'll wait to check. Does Skyfather refer to Thule? The Titan's words are indistinct, each syllable emerging from the mist seem to be cloaked in frost, symbolizing memory.
Sky Father has chosen you.
Who is your mother? Her majestic voice pierces through the golden mist, reaching the unseen mountain walls in the distance, reflecting and returning to your ears in an echo. Within the echo, you seemingly could make out the cry of a baby.
Mother is no longer responding.
We've come to you because of something important.
Something important. An important matter.
Oryx, listen to me. Aren't you tired? Throughout the long years, you have always been protecting the fate of Amphoreus. Each time people draw strength from within their memories, every single ripple falls onto your shoulders. There's no need for you to bear this any longer, Oryx. From today onwards, someone else will bear time on your behalf. This is why we have come.
Freedom. Freedom. I want freedom.
Oh, poor child. Everything will be fine. Let us help you. You can have a good rest now.
Leave it to us, Titan.
You have potential, strength, willpower, powerful, and tenacious. But you lack something. Just one thing.
Lacking something. What is it?
What you lack is a future.
That's right, I live in the moment.
Future?
Traveler from the sky.
Oh, we should be dead already.
Should have dissipated already. The gaze from the Sky Father stabilized your form.
Oh, we're supposed to be dead, but when we took in Remembrance, Remembrance saved us. Okay.
Because from the moment you crossed the sky, your life was cast away. Right now, you are simply a collection of walking memories.
What? How is that possible?
Do you mean that I'm already dead?
The space is collapsing. Someone must inherit the authority of time. If the pillar is lost, the laws of time will collapse. Amphoreus will succumb to eternal disorder.
What about the trial?
Time never compromises, never bears grudges, never forgives, never makes a choice. Child of humanity. in this world.
Oryx's divinity is dissipating? Is the trial coming to an end?
Pathstrider of remembrance, my strength, I shall entrust it to you. The fate of the world, if you wish to save it, go and find your future that has been stolen, even if that means you'll have to cheat death. You'll have to challenge that hand of shadow, clasped with unyielding.
Gotta go, gotta see buddy periphery up. Oh, fair enough, dude. Thanks for popping in, though, dude. Before the passing of 15 entry hours, go forth and reclaim your future. But it seems like we've been accepted into the Crisis heirs, just with the troubling news that we are technically already dead, which is probably why Castoriss's touch didn't kill us. This is the true trial of time. Oh, you're finally awake. No! No, I'm in Skyrim! I'll keep it simple. You succeeded. Oryx has entrusted you with their divinity. Now you're no different from a demigod of Amphoreus. However, Mem told me about what happened during the trial. They are still explaining things to the others and told me to bring you back to your room to rest first. Don't sigh, Dunhung. It's something that I've never told you. United on Amphoreus, our car was pierced by Nikador's lance. Do you remember? Back in the ruins of the Abyss, this is what I said. You passed out when our car got hit. I blacked out too, but not before dragging you out. So if we were in the car, we would have been crushed to pieces. Actually, my account kind of made light of the situation. What actually happened was much more complicated. You were severely injured back then, with several wounds still bleeding profusely. I struggled to carry you out and used the last of my strength to stem the bleeding, but then I was also hit by a falling rock and lost my consciousness. The last thing I checked, you still weren't bleeding, but when I regained consciousness, I saw that you were alive and full of energy, so I never brought this up again. Haha, so you were knocked unconscious by a rock? No. So how exactly did I come back to life? I'm not sure whether the gaze of Thule has anything to do with this matter, but according to the Titan, you are living in a form of a memory right now, just like those objects of the past and the miracles of Oryx. Perhaps Mem is the anchor rope that ties you to the present. I had assumed they couldn't stray too far from you, but the truth might be the exact opposite. What should we do next? It's not time for us to despair yet. There must be a way to save you. Oryx mentioned finding your stolen future and cheating death. Considering Mighty's indestructible body, it seems to suggest there is some kind of miraculous power in Amphoreus that can even reverse death. The key seems to lie with the Hand of Shadow, whose whereabouts are unknown.
Hey, are you alright? I heard you two talking about Thanatos. Cass is also very concerned about the warning. She has left the vortex and returned to the garden. Shall we go and look for her? Thanatos is the Titan that Cass has always been looking for. Regardless of whether there are any clues, there's probably no one else that understands death better than her.
Let's do that then, Hazel.
Oh, right. There's something that I have to tell you.
I kinda gathered you already told them.
Everything that has happened to you. I was too worried, so I told them everything. Please don't hate me, okay?
Oh, Mem. Enter the Garden of Life and consult Castorus.
Miss, I'm right here.
You hear soft steps coming closer one step at a time.
Please stay there and slowly turn around.
For some reason you feel as you've seen this scene before. You want to turn your head, but the glimpse of a dash of purple brushing past your face. Then, a chill seeps through your skin, spreading into your veins. Thump, thump, your heartbeat begins to slow. This moment I want to close my eyes, remembering the near-death experience, gotta stay on guard. Spin around immediately and give Castorus a scare. This moment I just want to close my eyes. Aside from your vision, your senses grow more acute. You feel the presence of a purple sea. And then...
Please pardon me.
A subtle fragrance of an unnamed flower fills your senses, its sweetness making you forget the need to breathe. Oh, it's animated. Look, there's little flower petals. You realize you're still alive. No, to be more precise, your death was not thorough. The coldness of the initial touch disperses as quickly as it came, and replacing it is a touch of fingertips. Yeah, it's her testing. If we can't die because we're already technically dead, then she can't affect us. This was her like being bold enough to test, and then tremble born of trepidation that originated from a certain lanky arm. Her quivering fingers gently brush against your cheek, causing a faint trickle.
Just as I expected. I cannot feel anything. Back at the Grove,
Oh, whoops.
I was puzzled as to why you were not affected by my curse.
Castris, you're shaking.
I thought that it might have been the special ability of a traveler from beyond the sky. Never did I expect that this would be the true reason. I'm sorry. I should have noticed that something was amiss earlier. Miss, if my abrupt behavior just now offended you, I hope that you can forgive me.
Of course I forgive you.
I'm just thinking, if your soul has really left your body, as a mortician, I might be able to trace where it has gone to.
Cass, did you find anything?
My apologies. Not as of yet. Perhaps I have overestimated my capabilities. But, Miss, would you be willing to let me try again? This time, I'll increase the area of contact slightly.
It's like we can just hug if you want.
This time.
There's no harm in trying again, refusing our pass. There's no harm in trying again.
Never touched the living in this way before. If my actions are in any way disrespectful, I hope that you can forgive me.
Castris once again places her palm on your face. Her shivers calm somewhat this time. Yeah, because she's lost so much, of course she's going to. Everything she touches dies. She's never got to have this contact. Did you discover something?
I seem to have caught a glimpse of something. Your soul is currently roaming someplace and cannot find a way to escape. But perhaps it might not be a bad thing. If your soul is still wandering around, it means that we still have time. We have a chance to find it before the fingers of Thanatos sweep everything away. Clues. Just a few more. I need more guidance. Ah. The connection has been severed. With my strength, I'm not able to trace it. It was me. I was a little too hasty. Don't worry, miss. Although we currently have no leads, I will do my best to search for the whereabouts of Thanatos, bring back their core flame, and personally return to you the life that you have lost too soon. I know that I'm lacking in confidence, but I hope that you can keep this promise of mine in mind. Before I manage to deliver on this promise, please do your best to hang on. Amphoreus needs you.
I'll do my best, and I'll live on bravely. I understand.
Lady Aglaia and Lord Finon are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about you too. If possible, please go there and let them know that you're well. Although, I don't actually know whether your current situation can be described as well. Also, please accept this Styxian fable. Reading can help one to focus and relax. I hope that reading this can help tide you through this difficult period.
This difficult period of you're technically dead. Oh, and this is the story she told us, yeah.
Lady Aglaya and Lord Finon are...
Go talk to Lady Aglaya and Phanon.
They're here.
That partner! Hyacinth said you definitely wake up. How do you feel?
Take the pulse of someone who's dead. Well, so the whole world knows about this now. It was quite cool being a departed spirit.
Well, at least you look no different from the living. I think that most living people don't even look as good as you do.
Hey, now. You'll flirt.
We've completed the trial of time. And I have to admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind. However, I never expected that. Two people who have cheated death would appear in Akima at the same time.
That's what we have been talking about. Mighty has been in Akima for such a long time, but has no one thought to study his indestructible body? If there were even any minor breakthroughs, we wouldn't be as clueless as we are right now.
Many have had this idea, but so far, there have been no results. If it were successful, Thanatos wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Nevertheless, now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope. Cypher. If anyone in this world knows the whereabouts...
Oh, we're gonna go meet Cypher?
It
Okay.
would be her. I'll try and get her to return to Akima, but do be prepared for a less than ideal outcome. Please understand that throughout the history of Amphoreus, no one has ever managed to escape the clutches of death. At the end of time, Thanatos silently awaits all.
Thank you for your help.
It is my duty. We too
That wasn't very comforting. Hey, look, we're gonna try our best, but if you're dead, like, yeah, thanks, Aglaya.
But before that, just...
What's wrong, Aglaya?
Omens always come in pairs. A tiny air current will eventually brew into a storm that tears the sky apart. It's Anaxagoras. He has initiated contact with the Council of Elders.
In the end, it has still come down to this.
I earnestly hope that your assessment of him is accurate, Finon. Otherwise, the efforts of my teacher and I of the past millennium might be reduced to dust because of that great performer.
Oh, meanwhile, not long ago... Hello, Anisha.
I'm back here again. I remember this dream. This realm is covered in a silk-like fog, and the land is barren and harsh. The crowd of travelers leaves tracks everywhere.
Hey! Excuse me! What is this place? Where in Amphoreus are we?
The mutters of the traveler are in a language I'm unable to comprehend. Or perhaps they're just distracted and ignored my question.
Tell me, which Titan reigns over this land? And how do I find them?
Hand of Shadow.
Hand of Shadow Thanatos. Could this possibly be the Netherrealm?
Not Netherrealm.
Then where is this? River of Souls? The outskirts of the Netherrealm? Are you heading downstream toward the Netherrealm?
The Netherrealm. Nothing but an illusion. Titan rejects you. Me. Listen.
What? The traveler lifts their wrinkled fingers and remains silent. I look in the direction they are pointing and listen closely. There. A massive shadow brought the sound of rushing tides. The sound of tides. I can hear it. I hear it, deep within the tides, beyond the closed gates of the void world. A voice, about to recount something.
Child of humanity, is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency? Oh, you have awoken. Welcome back to the mortal realm.
Hey, Cersei, I forgot that you kind of share Anasia's body with him.
Your consciousness is dissipating much faster than I expected. Ultimately, it seems like the Titan's core flame is incompatible with a mortal body.
How much longer can my consciousness remain in the mortal realm?
In my estimation, at best, you'll see 15 more entry hours.
15 days and nights.
What is it? Are you finally starting to become attached to the mortal world now?
On the contrary, 15 days feels a little too long for solving a singular problem. Stop giggling. It's time for us to go. The messenger from the Council of Elders is almost here.
Let me ask you one more question. Are you really planning to betray Aglaya's will?
What betrayal is there to speak of when I was never loyal to her to begin with?
What about that white-haired student of yours? Acting so recklessly, do you not care about what might happen to him?
There will be a price to pay for blind faith. This is also a lesson for Finan.
You truly are a strict teacher.
Of course. This is how I've always been.
That's not what the menu I was going to. Still not the menu I was going to. There we fucking go. Erudition? I guess you'll replace Herta for a minute then. He has a gun? What the fuck?
Watch this magic trick.
What the shit?
Watch this magic trick.
What the fuck does that do? Oh, it won't let me check.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Anaxagoras. It's been a while, Lord Anaxagoras. I greet you on behalf of all the citizens of Akima and express my deepest regret about what happened at the Grove of Epiphany.
It's you. I never expected that you would personally come and meet me.
By carefully into Lantern above, I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
There are Antikytherans here? They have been a rare sight ever since the Chrysos War.
I extend to you my utmost respect, revered Titan. I am Lycurgus, though you may call me Lygus, holding an honorary position with.
Well, at least I know how to pronounce this fucker's name from before.
Akima, and as the Theoros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens to express themselves freely.
You can see them too?
You know about us. We Antikytherans perceive the world through the amplitude and frequency of souls. Just as I am conscious that Lady Aglaya is secretly listening in on our private meeting from afar. If necessary, Lord Anaxagoras, I can sever the golden thread to protect your fundamental rights.
The demigod should know better, for such is her station. Spare those poor threads, and just let her listen to my words. They shall serve only to unveil her own folly.
May I interpret this as you having a countermeasure?
Why is this man kind of talking like G-Man?
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Orynyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends. While I, Anaxagoras, serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
Very well. Surely Lady Kindness would appreciate such assertiveness in an ally. She's been...
Don't fucking just run away.
Follow? Is there something on your mind, Lord Anaxagoras?
Nothing, really. It's just a question that I contemplate every time before I ascend to Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
Ah, a pondering truly deep. Time is on our side. Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
While all living beings must ultimately face their demise, Kefali has yet to meet theirs. Their journey continues unhurriedly along this long path.
Are you suggesting that Kefali may not have truly passed?
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action, whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination. In contrast to mortals, Titans exist on a grander scale of space and time, thus elongating their passage into death. The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
Ah, an intriguing concept, albeit challenging to substantiate. After all, Kefali has maintained a profound silence ever since the era Arasa, while scholars and priests alike have conveyed the message of the gods' imminent fall.
Perhaps the gods in their arrogance deemed it beneath them to reveal their perspectives to mortals.
Could you elaborate on your statement?
Circes, the kin of the Skyfather as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain. Were I to inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
Oh.
That very well could be true. But what if the world-bearing Titan still chooses to remain silent?
In that case, the myths crafted by the people of Amphoreus are nothing more than pitiful jests.
It's worth a try. I believe, and I'd love to witness the fruits of your theory and the change it may bring to this imperiled world. Because I completely concur with you on this aspect. If the Titan has indeed met their end, any response from them would be impossible.
Uh-oh.
Please, Professor.
The children of humanity have indeed created a spectacle.
Welcome to Dawncloud, The atmosphere here carries a
Oh, is this our new
sense of
hub space for like this part of the story, yeah? Kind of looks like it. Next time we've got free reign, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break.
To the invited, only esteemed beings grace this place, and among them, I've received priests, scholars, warriors, and now we even have the honor to be in the presence of a titan. Oh, what a joyous occasion.
Once deemed a blasphemer, now a surrogate for revered divinity. The honor should rightfully be mine, shouldn't it?
I'll notify Kindness and the others of your arrival. Kindly wait for a moment. A soldier will be here to guide you shortly. In the meanwhile, you're welcome to explore the vicinity, but kindly remain within the guard's view. Delaying the crucial meeting is something none of us wish to see, I presume.
I'm well aware of Kindness's methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
As you wish. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Alas, I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you, but it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
I mean, fair.
Save your concerns. I know very well what I'm doing.
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then. Now that I look around, I wonder if there are any murals bearing my portrait around here. I'm quite intrigued to see how the children of humanity beyond the grove perceive another Titan.
Off you go. I won't be joining you. This Titan appears to be quite at ease. I should investigate the Council of Elders' recent activities.
Yeah, because I think ultimately she has confidence that this will go through somewhere
I
better.
can hear you perfectly well from here.
She has faith that all will be okay one way or another. Yep, this is a new area. The Demigod Council Dawn Cloud. Alright, just before we continue, I'm going to go use the gents. Back in a mo. I'm back. So just making sure everything's set right. Accept the Croesus' invitation to come heroes together. Complete Orynyx's trial. Dear mother, you granted me life. Alright, let's poke around. With our fucking gun. The golden liquid within the holy candles rises and falls, and the surrounding plants seem to sway gently with the response to the rhythm. Okay, nothing interesting. Walk around, it says, and me running it like a fucking psycho.
Even blasphemous scholars can come here, it seems.
Now.
Looks like my presence here is quite unwelcome.
Before I talk to you, though, would it let me do this? Well... I feel like I've got the right idea. Oh, no, I got it.
It's just an answer. Nothing too difficult.
I had a feeling. Let's see what this wizened priest has to say. See how much he cusses us out.
Anaxagoras, I thought that you had died to the Black Tide, just like the other scholars.
As Kephale's priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being. Let me remind you that you're currently in Dawn Cloud, so you'd better keep your deranged language to yourself. I am no longer that altar servant from years ago, who could only acquiesce to the commands of others. Now, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you.
I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry right now. I can't believe that a follower such as you could have been made by a creation titan. As I see it, a dead titan can't provide you with this level of confidence, right? Then who is it exactly? Could it be kindness?
You. Seeing how fond of you Elder Kindness is, I shall let that slide for now. Leave immediately, and don't impede us from receiving the Supreme Being's blessings.
Seeing as we were able to hear of this matter from the mouths of others, it seems that kindness is indeed quite sincere toward us. Perhaps this affair will proceed smoother than I had anticipated.
Oh my, what a thrilling confrontation.
Meanwhile, Cersei is just watching from behind.
Followers.
Are you praising or insulting him?
Praising him, of course. As a believer of the god of deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave. Go as far away from here.
Oh, he
as
can't see
possible.
Cersei, he's got it.
Don't mutter to yourself like some sort of madman and disturb my meditation.
Alright, bye, you old fuck. Any other chests in here? I don't think so. No, okay, let's go. We'll check out the opposite corner. Oh my goodness. Why did I... Oh, it keeps going, huh? Oh, okay, it looks pretty straightforward. I was wondering, it's like 16 chests? This area doesn't seem that big.
Over here!
Alright. I kind of figured out the first time, I just didn't do the steps right.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
Can't say, probably a crisis there. Excuse me, young scribe. I am looting. Oh, I should also check. Hang on. Yes, there's the fucking that little piece of shit's around here somewhere.
Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting the Black Tide. To find you here safe and sound, thank the fates.
You could say it's the fates toying with us.
It's only the Crimnoans and Idonians who chase glory through death. But your survival is a victory in itself. I'd settle for that gladly. So, are you here to report the incident to the Council? I heard that after the Black Tide devoured the Grove, Akuma would be next in line. Even with the demigod of strife standing alongside humankind.
Tell me, how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Cersei's and Orynyx's fall, they proclaimed in the council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone. Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood and repelled the Black Tide, she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akuma, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents. They might well make their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
Just as a heads up, in a couple minutes, I've got a member of family showing up. Like I said, I'd at least go say hi. It's not too busy, so I will have to vanish for just a minute when, like, in a couple minutes when that happens. Just what I'd like to. I just got the text saying, "Oh, just coming over," and I was like, "Oh yeah, right, fuck."
No
so I will have to pull away
there.
again for like a minute, and like in a couple minutes, just a heads up.
Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
Shouldn't you be searching for murals of yourself? I've had enough of your prattling.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions. So I came to listen in. But it seems as though this Kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya. If so, why do you want to work with her? Could it be that perhaps you've decided to readily surrender this hollow shell of yours? Just because you feel like death is fast approaching?
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you truly think. I've had enough of this. Could the 15th entry hour arrive any faster?
Alright, let's not rush your death. Let's see if there's any other of those, the pink ones. It probably is in one of these spaces, but... not going to worry about it. Let's just crack on.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Plant, every tendril, no, even every leaf could be the embodiment of Circe's.
As a result, mere mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit, to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses. Such exquisiteness indeed.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising or demeaning yourself. Now I'm quite curious whether the Reason Titan has studied figures of speech before.
Oh, sorry, had to check. Headset was getting staticky again. You've been good. It did it once at the start of the stream, and it's been 2 hours since, but still.
For all we know, this could be the answer to the question, what exactly are we?
I, for one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
Was this the reason why you failed in your attempt to refine my soul when you were ambushed at the Grove?
Since you are aware of this, why did you save me back then?
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the average person.
How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
Therefore, it seems that your journey to Dawncloud this time is not just to seek protection. What, then, is the intention behind your actions?
The entire plan is stored in my memory, so why don't you look there?
Then don't mind if I do. 1 year old? 2 years old? Oh my! Even a member of the preeminent Seven Sages must hug his droma stall to sleep? How interesting.
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling. This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows, right?
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me. It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories. It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
When I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course. Although I prayed to every Titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
This... Could this be the inception of your research into alchemy?
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally also came to learn of Thelesis' theory as well.
Oh, I remember that person. He was the one to come up with the concept of souls, right?
Not only that, he also believed that life, as well as the composition, movement, and transformation of matter, all stem from souls themselves. This is why I thought that, since all living things stemmed from the same origin, why could I not sacrifice myself in order to resurrect my nearest and dearest?
Anaxa, you...
Before we carry this on, they have just arrived, so I'm going to have to go say hi. I'll be back in just a minute, chat. 1 minute. Sorry, chat room, I'm back. Let's see how this goes.
I did it, teacher.
I had to just be social. It was nice though. I got to see my little baby niece. She's adorable as always.
But this is absolute
goodness.
blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre. Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once, to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
Calm down, teacher. My sister, she's still not in the mortal realm. Even to this day.
What do you mean?
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip by merely sacrificing one eye. Equivalent exchange. All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
Oh, let it go, Anaxa. As one of my best students, I cannot watch you go down the wrong path without doing anything to stop it. Never do something taboo ever again. Don't disappoint the deceased, and never harm yourself. If you can do that, this classroom will still be yours, and you'll have a chance to live out your own life.
Yeah, about that.
Since I was able to see her one last time, I have no other desires. You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
I am sincerely glad for you, child.
Now, what would we like to study? It's going to be something else completely blasphemous. You watch.
Like to study?
I wish to continue Thalesis' research.
Continue the research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his philosophy like the back of their hands. Even if you continue digging into this subject, your efforts will likely be futile.
No, teacher. After my fleeting glimpse of the deathly fog, I finally understood a single truth. Since ancient days, our understanding of the souls is but the tip of the iceberg. I may have lost an eye, but my view of the world has become clearer than ever. I have grasped the truth with my bare hands. Watch as I turn this farcical world.
And yep. This poor teacher was really like, no! An extra, please!
Who would have thought such a secret lay concealed beneath that hefty eye patch of yours? However, this story doesn't seem to be connected to your plan. In fact, I'd say that they aren't related at all.
The answer lies within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. After all, it'd be a waste for you to hold on to it. My story ends here. Now it's time for you to tell me your secret. After all, this is what equivalent exchange means, correct?
As expected, you laid a trap for me to step into, unfortunately. Even if I was willing to talk about my past, I may not know more about it than you do.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned Reason Titan is now admitting a lack of wisdom? Your followers are going to be sorely disappointed by this.
Child of humanity, remember this. Being cognizant of one's ignorance is the greatest wisdom of all.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to answer your random, nonsensical questions.
Not only that, you're the only one who can shed light on my query. As the saying goes, onlookers see most clearly.
Is that so?
Lord Anaxa. I saw you muttering to yourself and was wondering whether you were caught
Oh yeah, right. No one else can
delirium
see
of
Cersei's.
reflective thought. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but time is of the essence.
I like how this poor military person like spoke like, "Hey, you were like talking to yourself, and I didn't want to seem rude, but I thought maybe I should step in before you get too carried away."
A message from Lord Lygus. Lady Kindness has met up with the Council of Elders and is awaiting your arrival. So please depart forthwith.
It's finally time.
Carefully. The one who created the world, and the one who bears the world. If you truly have not met your end, how will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
I didn't expect you to agree to Lady Kindness's invitation. What a wonderful turn of events.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth, there are many people who hold grudges against that Lady Goldweaver.
Yeah, because she's so focused on the crisis hairs and the prophecies and everything in between.
Isn't that the dromas draped in finery?
Avoid his gaze. I don't acquaint myself with blasphemers.
Ooh.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride to pay us any attention.
Your nickname is Dromus as well? You must really like those creatures.
All things are connected.
Here the world-bearing Skyfather spilled their golden blood into the mortal lake. The golden blood flows down with the spring waters as dawn rises with the mists. No words ever break the solemn silence, and the volcano's heart beats no more. Whoop.
A student of Empedocles? I hear that his views run counter to the Venerationists.
This is what being a scholar is about. A collision of ideas only occurs when there are differences in beliefs, and it is such collisions that lead to progress.
Maybe all these chancellors and fancy people constantly talking about me.
I'll take my leave for now.
Okay. Oh, and here's this. You found 2 imps out of 10. Okay, that makes sense. It is a, I say smaller area, and it's still like bigger than like some of like the biggest areas in other regions, but it is a smaller-ish area. Okay, so we need them on the button. Ooh, okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How are we gonna do this? There we go. Okay, we got there. We got there. It took me a minute. Oh, the blessings. There is a puzzle with the blessings that was in like 3.0 that I've still yet to go do. We have to like trigger certain blessings in a set order and you get an achievement for it. Okay, there's not, I was gonna say, is there anything for like actually progressing through the story other than... It doesn't even say. Yeah, it doesn't even say. So I know like in Genshin and Zenless, you get rewards for doing the new story stuff. I mean, technically you get rewards as you go. Like, we have 362 gems. We have 2 more attempts to try and get Castris is E1.
To the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
Lord Anaxagoras, oh, I've heard so much about you. Head of the Nusporists of the Grove of Epiphany, notorious blasphemer, a Chrysos heir who bears Circe's core flame, a survivor of the Grove Calamity. Did I miss anything? Well, if so, please be so kind as to enlighten me.
Since Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again. But then again, perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed. And yet, ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts. Instead, I am met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows. Perhaps you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand feast for all of the guests.
Everyone, stand down.
Thank you for understanding. I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood.
No need to be humble, my lord. From my perspective, your courage and gumption are worthy.
Okay, don't try now butter him up when he just called you out on being prepared to have people ready to ambush just in case.
Perilous endeavor.
He already knows he's not trusted and welcome.
So, you wish to start a war?
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind. Conflict is inevitable. Since Aglaya endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with blood of gold, we will not hesitate to display the rights and mettle the citizens of Akama are so entitled to. As to your question of whether peace is still a viable option, well, to that I can only say this. Everything hinges on the next citizens' assembly and whether they have a sudden epiphany amid the clamor of the masses. And since you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer of hope.
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your cleaners.
I don't deny it. After all, they're responsible for cleaning up any threats, and just a moment ago, you were on the side of the Chrysos heirs. But now that you're an ally of ours, we can continue talking somewhere else. As you know, these walls have ears. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity
This whole quest
to discuss
with
about the Venerationists
Anasia is just going to be walking forward, talk to someone, walk forward. I know that's like every quest ever in this game, is that you talk to people and then you move on. But it's like it's just a straight line that makes it much more like apparent.
With many detractors.
It's normal for ideas to have supporters and dissenters. Just like how there
Oh,
are
there's a
two
puzzle over
types
there.
of
I imagine
people
there's
in
one over
this
there as
world.
well.
Geniuses and dimwits.
An assembly for mortal debates, a theatre under the God's watch. Here at the centre of all beings, we dare to listen, speak, and deliberate. Reason out all rules, establish laws, and pronounce death. O gods, does this amuse you? I mentioned it before, but like Anaxagrias gives me huge Al Haytham vibes with how he handles himself. And it's also fitting. It's like from from the academia, well, equivalent of elite scholar of like a high position of in a high position of society, but doesn't really accept that position.
Surely you remember that countless eloquent orators have stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions. This tiny stage is the most profound embodiment of Akama in centuries. In 15 days, this site shall also become the most important, as well as the final turning point in Akama's history. May the both of us carry out our duties with honor and lead the masses back toward the Era Chrysia, a golden age with no death, strife, or trickery.
Oh my, 15 days and nights. That aligns perfectly with the date of your demise. Could such a coincidence truly exist?
Alright, I see you. Okay, one sec. Oh. Of course, Cersei's like, oh wow, isn't that funny?
Using death to prove myself fits my intentions perfectly.
What strong conviction you have. As expected of the hero who dared to stand up to the Gold Weaver.
As expected, she misunderstands you.
That's enough, Lady Kindness. Dispense with the niceties. I only accepted your invitation so that I can serve the commoners alongside the members of the Council of Elders. Don't test my patience with such superfluous formalities.
Well, you say that now, but surely you also require my aid as well, so that you can stay alive even when being pursued by the Golden Thread?
You worry too much. She won't show her hand too freely, as she still needs to garner support from the masses at the Citizens' Assembly.
Even someone like me can tell that only a sliver of her humanity remains. Surely you're not asserting that she will definitely act in a rational manner.
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaia covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible. Naturally, this includes the guards as well. You're well aware how valuable Cersei's core flame will be in the Era Chrysia that you are desperately pursuing. Talk is cheap, so you'd better act prudently as well.
I understand. After all, this battle of wits is just a means for each party to acquire what they need. As long as your request is reasonable, the Council of Elders never shortchanges its allies. Since we're both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other. Let us decide how much we can secure for ourselves and how much we're willing to sacrifice, like true philosophers, with our words and wisdom.
Oh no, is it going to be a debate minigame? Oh,
let us discuss our
common enemy, okay.
Aglaia. She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of Akama, who has gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of time and the ablation of the core flame. A formidable opponent indeed. Admittedly, there is ample reason for her to take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seasoned political animal, it's unclear whether she will actually cross that irreversible boundary. Moreover, she still needs you alive so that the Titan's trial can be completed. Is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman before coming here? Are you just trying to pull the wool over our eyes and aid her in her savagery?
She is prepared to execute me. She just needs vassals who will do her bidding without question. Oh.
I believe you're aware of Castorus the Executioner. Long before I returned to Akama, Aglaya had already dispatched her to monitor me. If I weren't able to reach this place in time, I would have been forced to meet Thanatos first. As compared to a comprehensive plan with uncertain results, if you decide to cut open my chest and remove the core flame, wouldn't that settle her nerves even more? Everything is in place. She just needs the right timing.
I understand what you mean. At the very least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to achieving peace in Akama. The Council of Elders is willing to defend your right to live, just as we defend every oppressed citizen. However, I regret to say that sentiments in favor of the Chrysos heirs and Aglaya are only growing in magnitude. The peace that we are aspiring toward, as well as everything that we hold dear, will be destroyed.
This really feels like the epitome of like one person accusing the other of everything they will do if they were in their shoes. Like, let's not pretend, like, the Council of Elders, these people just don't like Aglaya and have based all of their things about trying to dename her and denounce her as much as possible. Yet, everything they're saying she'll do, she hasn't done. It's like, I think this is just a confession of what they would do if they were in power instead.
Tell me, what are you willing to do for our esteemed citizens so that they can vanquish the enemies of our fine city?
Yeah, we can't just be like, ooh, Angie.
Although the circumstances are rather unfortunate from an objective point of view, it is an undeniable fact that ever since the Grove was attacked, I have become the de facto leader of the Grove. The Council of Elders needs more backing if it wishes to topple Aglaya, and it's evident that the Academy wields considerable influence. At the very least, I have served as the Grove's special envoy to Akama for a significant amount of time. Of course, this also means that I will hold a crucial vote at the Citizens' Assembly.
In the name of Kefali, Akama thanks you for your sincere and valuable thoughts. At this stage, it's clear that you and I understand the benefits to be won from this discussion. Let me put it plainly. The Council of Elders has always been renowned for its fairness, and that fairness is built on a foundation of sincerity. The Council of Elders has vowed to all citizens of Akaba that it will always remain loyal to them. As for you, my lord, how will you guarantee that you will be able to live up to such earnestness and will not betray Akama's indomitable citizens when the opportunity presents itself? Just as you now betray Aglaya when it suits you.
Good question. That's not an answer. That's a good question. That is not an answer, Anisha.
Surely you jest. My loyalty does not need to be proven. The fact that the Council of Elders is
and trying to spin it on them is not helpful either. Oh,
is
Alexa.
itself akin to a form of
You're letting yourself down here.
I am incredibly honored to have witnessed the both of you.
And Lygos has entered the scene. He's like, hang on a minute.
However, I am afraid that I must interrupt for a brief moment. As the Theoros, I have observed the following. Lady Aglaya, the Goldweaver, is currently on her way to Dawn Cloud.
Oh, Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness? Despite the Council of Elders' lofty residence on Dawncloud, it must still tolerate the whims of the Chrysos heirs.
So you were holding back just now. Seems like you are better at playing this game than I. In any case, I'm glad that she's arriving here. So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine, if Aglaya were to demand that I hand you over, what should I do?
You can do as she says. Tell her that the Council of Elders merely wished to chat with me and had no intention of offending her. However, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. Not only can it be destroyed at the slightest touch, but the Council will also lose possession of a valuable core flame. No, more like 2 core flames. After all, at the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death will also be standing on our side.
Oh? How can you be sure of that?
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat. If Aglaya can seize me in full view of the masses today, she could also dismiss the entire Council of Elders in one fell swoop tomorrow.
Yeah, the Council of Elders, who already aren't really trusted by the masses, do something that exemplifies that distrust, whilst also giving the Chrysos heirs, who are trusted by the masses, a free win. How is that gonna look? Yeah, Aglaya would absolutely be able to use her authority like the next chance she has to reduce the Council of Elders to nothing.
Is this the outcome that you wish to see, Lady Kindness?
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately.
Yeah, he's kind of set her up to basically say, like, oh, you shouldn't hand me over, but I'm going to make you think that's the right answer.
Remember this. Fool the people and karma will be on your tail. I'll overlook it this time, but don't count on there being a next time. Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of my rare talents.
We shall see, then.
Ah, I've got to say that you've managed to really impress me again. But shouldn't you be going after more?
Dying to know what I'm after, hmm?
I mean, I'm the Reason Titan after all. It is in me to ask and seek answers.
I mean, that is reasonable of the Reason Titan.
Easy there. You'll learn the answers soon enough. I didn't bring it up with her purely because she doesn't have the means to give me what I truly want. It's as they say, onlookers see most clearly. The true masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros, who watches over everything.
Oh, Lygus, yeah, controlled the situation. Wait, before we do that, there's puzzles to do. That's what he's saying. Lygus was the one that was really in charge. That's why he stepped in when a question didn't go the way it needed to. Ooh, how are we going to go about this? Oh, that worked. That was I hadn't actually like solved it. I was still messing around. That kind of just worked out, but I'll take it.
Let's save some time.
I'll go check the other one because it'll probably be another one of the fire puzzles, maybe. Either that or just a treasure chest. Oh, just a treasure chest. Alright, Lygus, let's see what's really going on.
Unexpected visitor. Welcome once again. You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali. I have no reason to refuse you, do I?
You may not, but Kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core flame will get to rule over Akama. She's wary of me, so naturally I had to gain her trust. I would say that debate was not at all pointless.
Very true.
In my view, this individual has gone to great lengths to get close to Kefali. He might very well be plotting something nefarious against the Titan. Are you still willing to let him pass, knowing this?
Yes, very much so. All living creations are always free to visit Kefali's transcendent vessel. This comes with being the World-Bearer.
How convenient it is to be able to hear what they say.
It is truly my honor to speak to a venerated Titan in person. Please, go ahead. Let me join you both on this journey. Oh, a bygone myth tells of an occasion where Kefali once answered their followers' questions on the peak of the...
Yeah, I know I mentioned it before, but come on. The guy who's voicing Lygus is doing his best G-Man impression of how he's handling the accent. It's entirely the subtle enunciation of words. Like, each one is a struggle to pronounce. You know, that's how it comes across with every single line this guy says.
You should sing me a hymn of praise.
Like, it's fighting every single word. Like, there's several things going on at once.
Are beyond me.
You don't really run very fast, do you, Lygus? Just there as well. Oh, come on, I'm right in front of it.
Take this Ian's shortcut, and the long pilgrimage stairway will be waiting for you at its end.
I have to admit, I never expected you to not ask me anything. Not even my motive.
Because I know very well what it is you are after. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. I have a feeling that your theory will be validated at the end of this journey. I believe Kefali will not deprive you of your right to ask your question, especially now that you're on the brink of death. You must be closer to Kefali than anyone else. Wouldn't you agree?
I hope things go as you say, then.
Putting a child of justice into a farcical world is bound to turn it upside down. It is my hope that you bring a much-needed change to this world which is on the brink of destruction.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
Alright, be a little optimistic. It's still a treasure. This is going way... Oh, really far away. Goodness.
Honestly, this is my first time going up to Dawn Cloud's peak.
What a splendid view. Isn't it about time you
I was gonna say, I want to look back over the cliff edge behind us to see if we can see where we were, because I couldn't see where we were going.
Different from those temples in the city. All they have are magnificent facades. And even though I've come this far, I'm still doubtful about getting useful clues from him.
I must be getting ahead of myself to be expecting to hear something nice from you.
Oh? Haven't you been in my head for some time now? It's high time you get used to how I feel about things. Alright, we're just a short hike away from Kefali. No time to waste here.
So the intellectual debate from earlier was too draining for you, huh? If Amphoreus gets a new lease on life, you should focus on strengthening your body and stop shirking social interactions.
Save your concern.
The Titan is in sight. Can you make it?
Why? Are you going to carry me up if I were to fall now? I know how far I can go, so just hold your tongue and come along.
Fine then. I guess I won't say any more. I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely to gain control over your body.
Wait. Who is that? Cersei's? Hey, look at that.
Huh? What should I be looking at?
Am I hallucinating? Or do we even get to see souls when we're close to dying?
Oh no, you can see the lights way off a mile away, but no, okay, we traveled like eons. This is a inaccurate amount of distance. That is not to scale.
Oh, why didn't you bring your favorite spear with you on this trip, Nias?
Nias? I know I've heard this name somewhere.
It's unfortunate. The Black Tide destroyed every last inch of my calyx.
How could that be? Even a creation of Georios, from their prized ores and molten fire, couldn't escape the fate of destruction?
Hey, Cersei's. Do you know a certain Nias?
Nias? No, not that I remember. How did you even think up such a strange name?
I just saw him. Nias. A warrior-like figure who was just chatting with you here.
No, I have no such memory. Could you be hallucinating?
This is a departed spirit?
This is a pilgrim's platform dedicated to devout believers, but you and Zagreus never kneel to false gods. Of course. It's like, do you know who you're playing as? Come on. That's what that was. This is a cool little area, though. Oh, the hand is here, huh? Okay. And I can see 1 coin over by that eye. 2 coins by the bird. And the 3rd one's there. Okay.
You two again.
Hang on. So 1 by the eye. 1 by the bird. Oh, did I say 5 coins? Oh. 1 down here. Yeah, it did say 5 coins. Oh, ruh-roh, Raggy. Okay, that's the wall. See if we can try and find these last 2. We managed to find 3 pretty quick. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's as low as we can go, it seems. Oh no, we can go lower, it just wasn't letting me. That's 4. Okay, that's invisible wall. It looks like it's a cave I'm going to squeeze into. Oh well. Oh, there's 5. I didn't even have to break anything.
You two again. Not too shabby.
Enough about me. Did Kaos ever reply to you?
Well, regrettably.
Seems like the price of becoming a demigod is a lot heftier than we thought.
Kaos. Demigod. I've never heard of this person. Which Titan's authority did he inherit?
Look on the bright side, Nias. Since we've come all this way, I doubt he'd snub his old friends, would he?
Let's just hope we mean as much as the world to him.
Hey! Are you seeing that same hallucination again?
Yes. It's still you and Nias, but you're now talking about a certain Kaos. I'm guessing he's one of your companions?
Kaos? This name sounds just as strange to me.
Never mind. I think I know what this is about. If things are as I thought, then they aren't hallucinations, but the souls of people.
What? But if those are the souls of the dead, then what am I?
Beats me. For all I know, you're just an illusion I conjured up in my dying moments. Let's just keep going. As long as I take in more sights and hear more stories.
Know your limits. Wander too far among the dead, and even I might not be able to save you.
I'm fine. If this is indeed as
Anisha is collapsing at the seams.
then this will be very amusing. Go melt it down.
Go melt it down is a response you can get to treasure. That's hilarious. It's funny how many characters don't like treasures, like have quotes that give away that they don't like it. Oh, I see the problem. Yeah. Okay, that works. I don't know if that's the intended route, but it worked.
I suppose I can just ignore this. So...
Oh.
Can you keep going?
Of course. I'm just... If I knew we had to climb a mountain, I wouldn't have come along with you.
I guess this also counts as one aspect of the world-bearing burden. If Amphoreus does have a next life, you may want to get your body in shape.
Keep your sarcasm to yourself.
I'm not getting anything of value from them.
I would sooner throw myself off this cliff and hit rock bottom than exercise even a little. I am Calypso of the eminent Seven Sages, after all. Training would make me no different from those Helcalithist barbarians.
Calypso? She's one of the Seven Sages. A member of the Grove? No, she can't be. I would know her name if she really were one of the Seven Sages.
Unless there's a cycle of rebirth.
Hey, Circes. Does the name Calypso ring a bell? Circes? Daggone. Doesn't matter.
So I saw this.
I can do this myself.
Oh, beautiful old world. Where are you now? Oh, legendary era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm. Splendid gods once walked the paths we walk. Alas, all that's left of that warmth is a hazy mirage.
Why are you chanting that too?
Devoted emissaries, heretical scholars, the lost wanderer and a desperate outlaw. At the edge of divinity we look up in awe. In the fleeting moment of terror, the long road behind fades from memory. Okay, I was going to say nothing? Really?
Not too shabby. Useful for alchemy.
How are we doing on the treasure chest? Okay, so ignoring the spirit thieves, there's two actual just boxes we missed.
We're here. Finally. So, I don't get to ask the Titan my question, but all of you make for a pleasant surprise, nonetheless. Very well then. Let me uncover the truth for myself. Did I still fail to make it in time? So, I'm back here again. I can hear it. I hear it from the depths of the tides, behind the closed doors of the void world. A voice ready to tell me something. This time, the voice is a lot clearer than before.
Since we've come this far, let's just wait.
Lord Nias and Miss Calypso, are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Oh, the crazy difference is that might actually just be Cass. Hang on one sec. Oh, it got super staticky during that cutscene, but that might actually just be Cass.
Yes, and we've been waiting for quite some time now.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst-case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
You're overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos' soul in the area. And besides, we both know Chaos' nature. A deliverer like him wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear. Isn't that so?
Yes. I have faith in him.
That reminds me. Why are you making this trip alone, Polixia?
Oh, my sister needs more time to make
Oh,
sure
this might be
flowers are
Cass's
fine.
sister. Might be Cass's twin that I was talking about at the start of the stream.
Such a pity. Both of you have hearts kinder than anyone else. Yet you are born only to take over Thanatos' divinity.
Everything that I see and hear this time has left me shaken to the core. What may seem like a mundane conversation is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange that has revealed the ultimate answer to Cersei's question. The conjecture has taken shape and must now be solidified into a theorem. Next, I only need to seek verification from Kefali. By doing so, I can answer Cersei's question and reclaim my body. But no, I will not do that. That isn't important, because another one of my conjectures, one that I have always dreamed of proving, has been proved right this very instant. Fusing a mortal soul with that of a Titan to replace said Titan is not a ludicrous idea after all.
Meanwhile, with Don Hung.
What are you thinking about?
Hey, not Barbara. Just amazed at how this towering tree is Cersei's divine body. It's a majestic sight.
Is that so? You don't look the slightest bit amazed, though.
Because that's just done.
You seem to be strangely familiar with the city around the Great Tree.
Merely something from the past that I won't go into.
Events of the past, huh? I was also a child when I looked up at Cersei's. Their leaves and branches reflected the sparkling stars.
I mentioned it last stream. I was hoping Hyacinth was going to be an actual 4-star, because Lord knows there isn't any. And no, unfortunately she's a 5-star, so I was like, fuck.
I stood at this very spot back then, imagining the day when I could climb to the top of this tree. Because I would be the closest I can be to the sky at that spot.
You're a sky priest, yet you study at a place that is home to the Reason Titan. That's rather counterintuitive.
Don't read too much into it. I mean, can mortals even hope to reach Aquila's realm? They're a strict and draconian god. Nothing like Cersei's. Reason is willing to share what is theirs with others, but Sky only expects people to revere them. You get what I'm saying, right, Denny? After all, the Titan that imprisoned you and Grey here in Amphoreus is none other than Aquila themselves.
Yes, I didn't count on provoking the ire of a local god.
But there will always be people who dream of soaring towards the sky. The Grove has a wealth of research on Aquila, and that is exactly what we are here for. It's just... I never thought Grey would meet with something like that before we set off. As a physician, I should have been there by his side.
Bad luck tends to come in streaks, so don't beat yourself up over it. Besides, Aglaia needs you here to uncover the truth behind what happened to the Grove. Let's just make the most out of this trip and keep a lookout for any documents related to the Death Titan. They could be useful to Azel.
Yeah, there's no rest for the weary, huh? In any case, what we're looking for could be anywhere in this enormous grove. Let's split up to cover more ground. Danny, with your skills, I'm sure those monsters born of the Black Tide will pose no threat to you anyway.
What about you? Will you be alright on your own?
Have you forgotten that you're talking to the chief physician of the Twilight Courtyard? Have more faith in me. I'll be just fine.
The silence in here is near deafening. With the vast amount of knowledge it holds, this academy is akin to a labyrinth of information. Even the cleverest of scholars would easily lose their way in here. I should gather my thoughts before heading in. About to leave Amphoreus. In the myths, Aquila, the titan who reigns over the domain of the skies, is a colossal bird that overlooks the world beneath them with 100 eyes. As long as they continue to soar above the clouds, people of Amphoreus will remain trapped on the ground. Hyacinth's forebears were priests who worshipped Aquila. Nobody is more familiar with the taboos of the Sky Titan than her. Seeing how Aglaia has sent her here as a guide, it's possible that she plans to have Hyacinth take on the trial in the future. In Amphoreus, Titans are a common topic of discussion. People create myths that in turn conceive Titans. It's a tricky task to keep an objective view when among the people of Amphoreus. Is there a way to step out of the situation and look at it from a different perspective? Titans and Aeons are two distinct classes of beings. Titans can communicate with us humans, and it's not impossible for us to overpower them. Upon their demise, we can even take over their divinity. In that regard, Titans can be said to be a lot more similar to humans than Aeons are. The Christos heirs are humans who possess heroic qualities, and most of them demonstrating extraordinary combat prowess and strength. Upon clearing a core frame trial, a Christos heir can even ascend to a demigod and inherit a Titan's divinity. Wait, something about that feels off. Is this a selection process of some sort? Guided by the prophecy, the heroes are on a quest to reclaim core flames and usher in an era nova. Their efforts have seen gravifying results to date. As I expected, the prophecy is the hardest to make any sense of, but with barely any information to go on, no matter how much I ruminate on it, it won't yield any results. I should leave it for another time. Should probably turn my attention to something else. Nobody could have imagined that Azel's life would be forfeited the moment we landed on Amphoreus. I should have done more to keep her safe, but it's not too late. We still have a fighting chance. The unique rules that govern life and death in Amphoreus might just work in our favor and save her. The Grove is a veritable library of knowledge. Maybe they'll have records on a similar case. Please let there be one. The clock is ticking. I shall search for clues as I move. Oh, I'm missing a chest in the Grove. We're in story mode now, so we can't just check, but...
Take a look. This is pure genius in action.
To be honest, I haven't really been, venturing much. Where the fuck's this last chest? Oh. The basement of this puzzle. Also, I plan to have Casper as my main party, but I'm not actually sure where I'm going to put her. We just take a second. Oh, I can have story done. Now, if I go through her abilities... summons the Neverwing. Yep. Applies rates to levels of the character's battle tools. For every 1 point of HP lost by all allies, Casperus gains a new bud. When new bud reaches the maximum limit, you can activate the ultimate. When allies lose HP, Casperus and Neverwing damage increase by 20%. When Never is on the field, new buds cannot be lost to town. Every 1 point of HP lost by the allies except Neverwing will be converted to an equal amount of HP for the Neverwing. I don't think she can actually heal. I think she can only take. Oh, that's the res. You can see if healing, convert 100% of the healed amount into new bud. If Neverwing's on the field, it's converted to Neverwing HP instead. No, so you need her with a healer. It's higher than or equal to 50% of her max HP. Her speed increases by 40. Technique. Enter the Never Veil state. It lasts 20 seconds. Consume 30% of all allies' current HP. Quantum damage 50%. Yada yada. Target dealing quantum damage. Okay. Yeah, so she can only take. So you kind of... If I want her on the team, it's not enough to have Fu Xuan because Fu Xuan can't heal. I would need... well, I'd need to get Lingsha set up with the light cone I wanted to have, but... Or I'd have to swap back to Hua Hua. But then it's a matter of where do I put her. Like, because I'd like Sparkles, I wasn't going to keep her until the end of time. So maybe Fei Xiao or the Herter. I don't know, I'll think about it. I might have to, honestly, just make another team. Oh, not that I can bring up my usual squads here. Because we're technically doing story stuff. Black monsters are twisted in form, and their life has turned to ash together with their souls. It's impossible to figure out their form from when they were still alive. These are the remnants of the Black Tide monster. It does look different from the Titan King from up close. What's that underneath it? A scroll? A recorded debate between the Venerationalists and Neurospecist scholars, most of it illegible, leaving me fragments of dialogue. And we all recall the state that dared touch the sky, but what are they really? They're just blind masses manipulated by ambitious politicians who dare challenge the Titan's authority. A completely meaningless attempt, an absolute mistake. You venerationalists have bowed to the Titans for so long. You've forgotten a scholar's true purpose? Making a mistake does not mean the act was meaningless. Even those students new to the Grove understand this basic logic lesson. An entire city-state reduced to ashes proved the skyship construct was a mistake. To me, that's precisely the meaning they achieved through sacrifice. Am I hearing this right? Such a statement. Are you converting to venerationalism? No, I'm simply entertaining the matter from another perspective. And it ends there. As I expected, the Grove doesn't forbid discussions about the sky. It's a debate between two scholars about the sky ships. Aglaya has also made mention that the ships, when she interrogated us, a memory I'd rather forget. I'll hold on to this for now. If any luck, this journey will leave us empty-handed. But yeah, I'll think about it. I'm not sure what team I want to do. I mean, the Herta, I haven't actually really slotted into a team yet, so I might slot her out of this one. I just kind of keep Herta around because it's nice.
Let's see.
I said I might slot the Herta out, put Casterus there, replace Fu Xuan with Hua Hua.
Endless riddles.
Go from there.
Forever triumphant. Victory is inevitable.
Don't move. Can you find the answer?
Open sesame. Watch it crumble.
The fearless knows not fear. Trap.
Feeling spiffy?
Expand your thinking.
I mean, I don't think we need these guys' resource anymore for cast, but I'll still do it.
Yeah, it's over already. Fast enough for you.
That's Hyacinth. Why is she surrounded by so many monsters? So much faith I have in her. It's probably a good idea to help her out there.
Really now? This is way more trouble than I could have asked for.
Need a hand?
Or you could sit back and watch.
I can't tell if you're serious or not. But being hard to read isn't without its perks, I suppose.
I'm kidding, Danny. Lend me a hand, pretty please. Alright, now let's get him!
I say that I'm not using Dan Hung in my party. So, this squad will help instead.
Endless riddles.
Nothing but a void.
Expand your thinking. Glimpse the unknown.
But it's one of the biggest charms of Honkai Star Rail, and even though I have criticisms with it, and those criticisms are growing the longer the power creep kind of escapes, I feel like it's the best for just kind of you throw members together and build a team. Like Genshin, I've kind of stuck with my team without it really moving for ages. I usually only really roll characters to go in like a B team, or if I just really like them and I want them around, not because I plan to use them. You know? It's why, like, I rolled for some Natlan characters, but that's just so I could build a Natlan-based team, and even then I'm not using them all the time. The only one I've kept around so far is Lali. And even then, that's only just because she helps being a balancing act with fighting enemies around Natlan when I'm using my normal team. This place is practically in ruins. What happened? There shouldn't be many monsters here. And in Zenless, it feels like where it's still early, every character's still got a place, and they are planning on buffing characters, but not just in damage, but in like skills and movesets to keep them up. To keep them up to line.
Called them to me. Anyway, never mind that for now. Here, you might want to have a look at this. I found it around here and thought it might be of interest to you.
A debate record between two scholars. Most were illegible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. Well then, enlighten me. What exactly do you mean by examining from another perspective? Simple, you see. When we stand normally, the sky is above. When we stand on our heads, it's below our feet. I don't even want to know what kind of situation inspires you to make such exalted theories. By the way, I have a student who loves to write satirical comedies and once wrote about a fool who could not figure out a question no matter what. As I said, there is no reasoning of you venerationalists. You are Dromuses, huge yet always gazing downward at the earth, while I want to be the wasp that stings the Dromus. And what if the state's tyrant's defeat simply proved that among the other paths to Aquila, the skyship was the wrong one? And Zagorus, you impious blasphemer, mark my words, you will eventually answer for your sacrilege. I doubt your students, or that young teaching assistant girl, have any idea what secret research you're truly conducting. And Zagorus, he's a scholar who fused himself with the core flame of reason.
This is new. I didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching the sky. He's never mentioned anything about it.
Phanon said Anaxia might be opposed to the flame chase journey.
Might is an understatement. Anaxa has never been one to venerate the gods, nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy. People have come to think of him as a heretic, even in a place as liberal as the Grove. Yet, it is also this very blasphemer that Cersei's favors. Fate sure works in mysterious ways.
I picked up a scroll on my way here too. It is like it may be related to the one you're holding.
Oh? Let me have a look.
I see combines both records together.
By the looks of them, these scrolls are records of two conversations that took place in the same setting, one after the other.
There's still much I don't know about the Grove. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure. Go ahead.
Who are the venerationalists?
The Grove of Epiphany is home to 7 schools of thought. While all 7 schools are founded on the ideologies of Thalesis, the first scholar, each is unique in its own way. Among them, the venerationists revere and worship the Titans the most. As the sage of the venerationists, Euthyphro has always been at loggerheads with Anaxa. If we were to place the 7 sages on the scales of Talanton, Anaxa and Euthyphro would be placed on opposite sides to achieve balance.
A very illustrative explanation, thank you. Was it a mistake to build the skyships?
Nearly everyone in Amphoreus has heard the story of the skyships by now. Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless. That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini Treaty cannon could slip past their watch.
That was a joke, right? Where's a nation's field of study?
Tourists primarily study the application of alchemy and soul repair. Everyone considers Anaxa a blasphemer, but that has never stopped him from sharing his ideas, no matter how taboo. If you must say that he's hiding something, then it's likely what lies beneath his eye patch. Anaxa often says that every failure brings us one step closer to the truth. Perhaps, to him, the crash of the skyship carries a different interpretation. The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary, it was precisely because the skyship represented the first step toward breaking free from the shackles of the earth that it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself. It's a shame that the majority of the Grove's research on Aquila was headed by the venerationists, with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their findings. Discourse about more esoteric subject matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the skyship incident. So much so that even the scroll is completely new to me.
Don't worry about it. We just collect everything we can find on the Titans for now. There's something else that caught my attention though. This is that Anasia is conducting secret experiments of some sort.
what I'd like to know. What are these experiments he's involved in? Even I, the assistant lecturer, know next to nothing about them. I have a bad feeling about this. Could there be more to what happened at the Grove?
Potentially.
Let's save some time.
I don't like all those reds.
This is the Library of Philia, a place where the Grove stores its collection of tomes. Other than books written by the 7 schools, you can also find philosophical texts, ballads, and religious writings from the Outlands here. Cities that desire to learn from the Grove were apparently expected to contribute knowledge of equal value to what they sought. We've had more than our fair share of hilarious episodes over the years. For instance, it's said that the Erythrocheramists once borrowed a manuscript from a certain author, but ended up returning a copy instead of the original. What's more, the original manuscript was supposedly then hidden here.
That doesn't seem like a nice thing to do.
Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. You can just tell it like it is. Their behavior was no different from bandits.
Well, if you don't mind, did the Grove ever rob Castrum Kremnos?
Whew. You've got me there. Some said you couldn't even find a dictionary in Castrum Kremnos, so I guess they were spared. There are too many books in the Library of Philia. Flipping through them all will take too long. Why don't we use the Biblioslate to search for the texts we need? We can bring them back to Akuma for reading after that.
Agreed, this place isn't safe. We should leave as soon as we're done. There are still several more scrolls strewn all over the place. I'll gather them while you put up those texts. This way, nothing will be overlooked. Searching materials left by Inacia. Did I ever get all of you? Oh, I didn't. I long since gave up. I had every intention of doing it for like both of like the 3.1 areas, but it just never manifested. I find Amphoreus' locations really fascinating to go through and fun to explore the first time, but to be blunt, a little tiring to like do the cleanup on, which is why I haven't really done it. And I felt this way about Honkai Star Rail since that Hulei's big prison thing in the latter half of the 2-point series came in. Like, starting with that area, I found it a lot more tiring to, like, 100% and clear out an area. Like, I don't know if it's just whether it's, like, I'm just burning out a little bit of doing it. Because I also 100% every area in Genshin, and even though it isn't really 100% category, I do what I can in Zenless. Or if it's just, like, the scale and structure of the areas in HSR just aren't appealing to me as much anymore. But I do find it, like, it takes a bit of me to go, Getting the Herter has helped majorly, at least, because at least it's something where I can just press a button and find out what the chests are, but it's still a lot. These are complaint letters from the scholars about Anaxagoras the Blasphemer. There's a fixed stack of letters. Based on the dust accumulated in the perfectly intact seals, the complainee did not even bother opening them and just chucked them aside in the corner. This is about Inacia. Should I read this? Hyacinth, you should go have a look at this too.
It's so dusty in here. Whoa. Are these all complaints about him? I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. There are probably
I love the performance Hyacinth's given it. Does Inacia hold that much influence?
Why else would they call him the Great Performer? When Anaxa established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his own work to everyone. Are the Titans truly an accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect, but what of Amphoreus? Only foolishness and insensitivity everywhere you turn. They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish. Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face expulsion from the Grove. The first allegation was... Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountains, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations?
Am I supposed to put myself in his shoes and answer that? No. Based on the history of the Flame Chase journey, humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans.
Anaxa said the same thing then. Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it?
This allegation, did he really do that?
Always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say he used one of his eyes as an alchemical ingredient. Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kithily, and this is even more so.
Yeah, and you let this guy be a scholar. If there was even a 1% chance of that being correct, that man's like beyond a psychopath.
If really done something of that nature, then it'd indeed be sacrilegious. Thankfully, they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation in the end. One by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, Anaxagoras, have you any respect for the gods? It was only after a brief silence that he answered, I have never denied that Titans are meant to be noble constructs.
What he didn't say, that the Night Titans are not noble, rings louder in this case.
Yes. I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved, but what's for certain, at least, is that Anaxa was allowed to stay in the Grove where he continued his research, despite being regarded as a heretic. By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place in the Grove. We may find clues there that aren't on the teleslate. I'm talking about Anaxa's alchemy lab, hidden between the cornerstones.
Given the Grove's meticulous approach to archiving, could there really be such an oversight right under their noses?
It's a well-kept secret. Among the 7 sages, excluding the nominal chief sage, each has a private sanctuary where they can conduct research undisturbed in their free time. Even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sage's research. But with the Grove in this state, I'm sure Anaxa won't be mad even if we sneak into the lab for a short while. Right?
So I was having a snack whilst we was doing that. I'm trying to see if I can spot it. There's a bug on this wheel that I need to pick up as well, and I think it's going to be annoying to get. Because I think you'll need it to stop on it so you can pick it up. I don't think you'll be able to grab it as it goes by.
This is the place, but where is everything? Materials for alchemical experiments, matrix diagrams, and even the seal to the lab. They're all gone. Did the Black Tide destroy it all?
No wonder we didn't see any defense mechanisms along the way. Have you ever been here before?
No, not even close. Not only are alchemy experiments high-risk activities, but Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students often saw him walk in looking right as rain, but come out covered in soot with his hair singed. Naturally, no one dared to come near this place. Huh? That bookshelf over there seems to be the only thing still intact.
Oh, so headset was getting all staticky again, had to just clean it out. These are materials requested by Anaxagoras, documents on various fields that have been compiled in one place, including Titan creations, the universality of the soul, alchemy, doctrine, and so on. Most of the materials look to be within the research domain of the Amphoreus school of thought. However, a document titled A Study on the Crisis Heir's Background is mixed within. Quick note, something in the background of the Crisis Heirs. The Holy Maiden of Yanissopolis, Tribi, Trian, and Trion, descendants of the Holy Maiden from the Temple of the Three Fates. Gold Weaver Aglaia of Arkema from the Manessa Priestly family. The Prince of Castum Kremnos, Hyacinth of the Twilight Courtyard. All of their ancestry have varying degrees of So I was going to wait for that motorcycle to pass. Varying degrees of connections to the divine titans or their divine authorities. Does the golden blood come from the heritage of priests, families, or royal bloodlines? Anaxagoras, I myself show no such connection. Carefully the creator, what criteria did they use to create the golden blood, to shape the Chrysos heirs? Yet Custerus, the servant of death from Idonia, her lineage is neither titan priest nor demigod, but she has walked the earth for at least a millennium with the powers to grant death to humans. Where did this power come from? Another text speaks of the dragon legends of Styxia. The alchemical extraction of soul ripped from dragon corpses is intriguing. Dragons appear to be the Titans' creations. Perhaps there's a way to reverse the process, using alchemy to refuse human souls with Titan creations, increasing the purity and divinity of golden blood towards the absolute. The three must be tested, experiments to be arranged.
What's going on? Anaxa is conducting research on our friends in Arkema and... me?
This journal contains several intriguing points. From the Abyss of Fate to Castrum Kremnos, I have seen many a Titan creation during my time in Amphoreus. Life forms created by Xerxes can also be found in the Grove. By fusing them with human souls throughout alchemical means, I can't even begin to imagine. Anasia seems to hold special interest in divinity coursing through the Chrysos heir's veins, and has even conducted a thorough investigation into the heroes' backgrounds.
It wouldn't have been so strange if he had focused only on Cassie, given her own curiosity about her origins. Plus, considering that the new sporists have crafted omnipotent medicines capable of curing diseases, it also makes sense that he would conduct research on immortal Chrysos heirs. But now, it seems Anaxa's objective was never to create medicine, but to identify the origin of the golden blood and figure out its inner workings.
Anasia's research. Through alchemy, Anasia aims to refine the golden blood in the Chrysos heirs to a degree of purity equal to divinity. This must mean what it means to be close to true purity, but treating both Titan creations and the human body as materials to be used in alchemy experiments? That's rather extreme.
Danny, look at this. I have a bad feeling about this.
The previous approach has flaws. Fusing human souls... Taken away, only the author's reasoning remains. Fusing human souls to Titan creations does not purify golden blood. Even pure Titan creations are contaminants to the Chrysos heir's golden blood. Soul fusion between human and creations merely repairs impurities of the soul or maintains a connection to dying souls. While creation myths tell us that Chrysos heirs and other creations were all made by Titans, their nature differs fundamentally. The Titans' creations are no intermediate products of an alchemical process, and the Chrysos heirs are closer to the Titans than the creations. In other words, I should not have considered Titan creations equal to Chrysos heirs. The hypothesis I should focus on is one pointed towards the Titans themselves. Such rare chances to study Titans demand a meticulous selection of research subjects. Living Titans prove impossible to restrain, and dead Titans offer no insights worth pursuing. But dying Titans, they are the perfect research subjects. Only by understanding the fundamentals of creation can we ensure perfection at the moment of everything's birth. Through my own hands, I will melt a Titan and reach the true essence of a soul.
My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together now. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on soul transmutation. Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy. Oh, I just thought of something. Do you remember when the Black Tide was approaching? The Grove had planned to send Cersei's core flame to a safe place. But an accident happened along the way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process.
Right, sorry, yeah, I was having snacks again. It was literally, as every time I go to have a snack, that's when Dun Hung decides he wants to talk, and I'm like, God damn it. But Cersei took over his body and resurrected him, which led to the situation we're in now.
That's right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason wasn't an accident?
What do you mean?
Put yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the Black Tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done?
I'd put my theories to the test no matter the cost.
Exactly. When the Black Tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the Luminary Throne was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame.
Did he succeed?
No. Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. Maybe he failed to consider the possibility that Cersei's would make a similar decision. The manuscripts detailing all the alchemical formulae have been taken away. His research is still ongoing.
Could he have taken them for other purposes?
Like what? There's only one Titan left in the world now. No. No way.
To conceive an entity of perfection, one must first understand the principles of creation. If a Nature is in Arkema now, then that means...
He's after Kefali.
Sir, this sky above us, it's not real, is it?
Of course not. This is just an image from a projection device used for educational purposes. A simple trick. The day-night cycle has been lost to this world. So that students like you may still learn about the night sky, astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the Holy City is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
You mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it. Often people know more than they let on. They simply choose to feign ignorance because they have no other choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we're different. We've already walked out of the firelit cave of ignorance. We have already realized that we live in a world where Titans make the rules. Even when we look at the sky, we're only seeing what they allow us to see. Rather than gazing at this mockery of a night sky fabricated by them for the rest of my life, why shouldn't I be the one to take control of the projection device instead?
So much time has passed since you sowed the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories and wild ideas, only to burn them to ashes when I open my eyes in the day.
Why? Because we'll face death by burning if word gets out?
As a sage of the Venerationists, my soul has already become inextricably linked to the great tree. Every word I say and every move I make is certain to influence every leaf, every branch, even the tree itself. But above all else, my days are numbered. Instinctively, I have my doubts about the Golden Blood. and the human soul, yet I have no means of verifying them. The golden blood in my veins is woefully thin, and I am loath to waste what little time I have left obsessing over a hypothesis that cannot even be proven in the first place.
But I can, sir. I can do it for us. The time is right. Give me all that I need, and I shall accomplish this grand feat on your behalf.
You're right. I shall do just that. In the next meeting of the sages, I will spare no efforts fighting for the rights you deserve. Go. Establish your own school of thought. Find out what we are. Become the one who conquers the ultimate truths of the world.
Child of humanity, you didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
So, you figured it out. If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself down and prostrate before their greatness, begging for the gods' prophetic wisdom. Well...
Whoops, that was my fault. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm no Dromus. Alas, I'm a human, standing tall on 2 feet, possessing both intellect and pride. Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
Does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging waves threatened to swallow them, they didn't just give up and become sitting ducks.
I wonder if we'll go there at some point during
They
all
constructed
this.
a dam that kept the roaring tide at bay, chaining down the mad Fagusa. They call me a blasphemer, Xerxes. But that doesn't mean I deny the existence of gods. It's just as I see it. Titans are simply a force that mankind has yet to find a way to tame.
Oh? If power that rivals the Titans is what you crave, why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans when I can do so much more? The source of life is what I wish to grasp, to understand what makes up the soul, and to learn what we really are. Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death. But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be a beginning. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown variable left in my calculations.
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a conjecture.
No, I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own eyes.
Professor Anaxa. I'm here. Her life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusive end, and give you the answer.
Oh, it was Cass that sent him, or aided.
In accordance with the principle of
And the equivalent exchange is, hey, you're going to have to help the Council of Elders.
I also demand from you what I need.
As you wish.
Don't you care to know what the price might be?
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and her survival. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
I see. In that case, let the show begin.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
Before I begin, I must confess I had been stuck in a cognitive trap all this time. As unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance, they are in fact logical equivalents. They are merely two different ways of telling us about what the soul is at its core. The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now. But that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes. That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
Of course you would remember, because that wasn't you. That was Calypso, one of the 7 sages of the Grove.
Calypso?
Huh? Oh, that's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it? And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know the Grove's past like the back of your hand?
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your soul. Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world. So who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your likeness? Yet you have no idea who she is. The answer is evident, is it not? Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air, and they are no different from humans, because they all evolved from one. Does this answer disappoint you?
Yes, because you've answered nothing. If I truly was once human, as you claim, then where do the children of humanity come from?
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
I knew you would say that, but it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually, why don't we have this supreme being standing before us tell us everything?
You can revive a Titan?
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods.
Well, I think Tin Yun would like to have a word with you, though. Well, Ruin Mei was the one that set it up, but still.
But all we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me. If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
In the meantime,
I have news from Hyacinth and Dan Heng. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's divine body.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act unfold?
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
I'm sorry.
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's ambitious desires will be something we can exploit. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kynus is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans. Being Archima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday, after my duty is over, this site will take the place of the battlefield where you hunt gods. Become the next challenge you ought to overcome. Till then, it's best to get used to this place as soon as possible.
we'll be waiting here for your good news.
this. The Christos heirs only have their standing because of the Council of Elders. How dare they trample over it?
Wow, these people are shooting daggers with their eyes.
It's been a while.
Hello, Oleg of Amphoreus.
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, because it's the elder guy in the background helping.
Praised as a ferocious warrior?
It has indeed been some time, Lord Crateros. What brings you here in such haste?
Shh, keep it down. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for kindness. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad. So, did something happen?
Did you hear thunderclaps last night?
Hooray, it's Acheron! Someone's coming to save her! Well, technically, she is coming eventually. It'd be hard not to notice thunderclaps in broad daylight.
Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing several words at Akama.
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
Oh, fuck.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos Arena.
I figured this is something you would want to know. We Kremnoans never back down from a fight. So if you plan to take that thing down in a battle...
At least that means Mighty's going to be back involved in the plot. He's not completely retired from it like I feared he might be.
You have my gratitude. I will let Aglaya know about this right away.
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. That vicious kindness has been unusually active lately. Those lackeys she keeps undercover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans to defect to the council.
That's...
Looks like you can see it for yourself.
We should get back. Thank you for the intel, Lord Crateros.
Turn to the Demigod Council and inform Aglaya about things. Yeah, that's my Herder team. That's the team for Monday. That's my original squad. I would shuffle my original squad, honestly, to like... Because this is a dumb bit. This my he hide, and it's just Dr. Ratio. It's a stupid dumb bit. Ignore it. It's a dumb in joke between my group for my friends. I will probably put OG there so I don't keep scrolling, and then make another team that is. Actually, I can just set it up now so I can show. Actually, let me set them up quickly here. You. Also, I am going to wrap up my efforts into the story here, which is why I'm kind of like just doing these little bits. And then this one. Actually, no, I don't use Robin as often as I should. Let me chuck her in. Then... you and you. I won't use this team yet, because I need to, like, start Castris' artifact set, but once I do, I'll probably use this team for a bit. Because the Sillies is the team I usually lean on the most. Doomed Yuri is... really fucking fun. That's why, to be honest, it's just Acheron and then everyone else just sets up. It's really fun. Hyper Facial is what it says on the tin. Everything is setting up for Facial to go wild. Herta is everything's based around making the most of Herta. At some point, I want to build normal Herta to add her to this. Monday is just what I use for Sunday, except I have Azel as preservation, not remembrance, but you can only save one, so it is what it is. Honestly, this team I might get rid of. And put Dragon Gal over it. Actually, you know what? Instead of sitting here umming and erring, let me just do that. Let me just get rid of it. Hang on. I come up with a better name, by the way. There, that better. And then I'll just have... once I've set up more... What I would love to do... Team 1, I would love to have Linkshare, but I want her light cone to be able to make the most of her. And maybe this team, if once I sort out Linkshare, I'll put her in as well. And Huahua, honestly, I might put Huahua on this team. Because I do want to, like, keep her around. But I'm undecided yet. The only reason why I started using Huahua less, honestly, and it's actually a good thing to bring up because of the old actor strike, it was when they changed the actress, it really put me off it because I wasn't a fan of the new voice. Not that I have anything against the current voice actress, I have nothing against the new actors for Tail and Huahua. It was just I was used to the old one and it didn't sound right to me, and I couldn't adjust. I've come around mostly since, but it was just one of those things. Which ties over there, okay. And I can freely explore, yeah? I'm not going to get, like, growled out. Cool. Let me go away from everything, because I am going to wrap it up there. The only thing is, and we can't really show it here.
It's rich with the sweet scent of flowers. Can we stay here for a while longer?
Aww. Is her special, this,
Emerge from your cocoon.
will summon the dragon in the fight. Hang on, let me go to... she won't be able to be that effective in combat as a result, but let me find literally any enemy. So I can at least demonstrate. We haven't got our artifact set up because I need to look into it, so she won't be effective. But watch this. You get a whole new startup animation, and you start in the domain.
May death protect us.
I said it's not going to do that much damage because we don't have the artifact set. But come on.
Root here.
Fangs and claws got dull.
Stay put.
Protect me. Thank you. My throat is feeling much better.
Oh. Sorry. One loss. Hurrah. The headset was being staticky again.
Life is not so fragile as you wish.
But yes, it's not going to do that much, but hopefully, touch wood,
Fiends or devils.
the next time we meet, I have like sorted out her artifacts and we can do something cool with it. But yeah, I'll rock this team for a while. It's nice to have Robin back. Robin's such a great support, to be fair. I would use her more often. The only reason why I don't is because I genuinely just adore Sparkle. I think Sparkle is such a fun, charming character. And if you get the C2, you get like extra charges of it. Oh my goodness.
The fearless knows not fear.
Root here.
Forever triumphant. Victory is inevitable. Never hesitate.
It being tied to her ult directly though is the only like restriction.
May wandering souls find their own way out.
because most remembrance characters can just passively have their remembrance with them, whilst the dragon, I think once you do like the big beam laser, it gets rid of it. But I digress. Let's go back home. And I will worry and work on that off screen. Reminder, I'm not going to be carrying on this tomorrow. We'll be carrying on this on Friday. Because I know HSR's story being so dominant tends to take multiple streams. So, but I don't want it to interrupt other stuff I want to play as much as it tends to do. So this is me kind of trying something new to try and be better about it. And this is just kind of what it's led to. Is like me trying to balance it out. Like, we'll see how it goes. If it ends up like taking us like 6 fucking weeks to do a bit of like HSR story, then I'll know it failed. But until then, thank you all so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely helps the channel grow. Additionally, you can find my BlueSky and Patreon in the description of every single video. But until next time, you guys take care now. Peace.